It's a Tuesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Chilly start.
Oh, yeah.
46 degrees right now. A little damp depending on where you are. We will max out around 60 degrees, and it looks like we could get a shower a little bit in the evening time depending on where you are, but nothing too bad.
All right.
Enjoy your fall weather because, again, we only get this for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
And then, everything goes to hell.
The bleakness shows up.
We have a lot of stuff to give away today.
Nice.
We have tickets to see. It's a comedian show.
Oh, finally.
We have tickets to see Jeff Dunham and all his puppets.
Mm-hmm.
We have tickets to see Dane Cook and all his hair.
Mm-hmm.
And you can go online and register to win tickets to see comedian Tom Segura. We rarely take care of you folks that listen early in the morning.
Yeah.
We do love you. We should. We will get you tickets to see Dane Cook. If I were you, don't call now.
All right.
Don't call now. Give us about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and we will get you those tickets before we go back into commercial here to see Dane Cook at the Kodak Center. Not yet!
All right.
Here in the break room on CMF. You learn things about people every day.
But you'll learn.
Well, I've known Moose for 20 years now.
You've done that kid 20 years?
Maybe a little less, 15, 20, between 15 and 20 years.
Moose down the hall.
Yep, works on PXY.
Mr. PXY.
So, standing around shooting the crap with him. He lives down the street. Near Sticky Lips, an apartment over there. Not Sticky Lips, Dinosaur. I'm sorry. And in the building he's in, there's a storefront underneath his apartment. It's a clothing store. It's called Golden Supply Company. Kimmy, you're familiar with this place.
Yes, I am.
They're very cool. They make Rochester-centric,
T-shirts,
sweatshirts.
Yeah.
But they make them here.
And they make jeans. Yeah, it's all American made. They make all this stuff in their storefront. In fact, when you walk in, they have the folks working on the clothing right there.
Wow.
It's a really cool concept. They do really
That's
great
old
work.
school.
I like this place a lot. So Moose, he goes, I see you wear that stuff. I go, yeah. He goes, I've never been in there. It's right at the bottom of my building.
He doesn't go in.
Yeah, I go, well, okay.
Or maybe it ain't for him.
Well, no, but he's talking about how much he likes it. And I go, well, why don't you go in there? And he goes, I'll be honest with you, man. This is what he says to me. He goes, I walk out, and the guys that own the place, he's standing out there. They never invite me in.
Oh, you have to be invited in?
So, no, it's a store. You can walk in. Like, Danny Wakeman doesn't invite me into his store every time I go in.
See, that's what I try to explain to him.
Yeah.
They're not making you chili. It's a store.
Yeah.
Why would they invite you into the store? They
Does
don't
he
know
not
you.
think it's open?
No, he knows
Okay.
how a store works.
Does he want to be annoyed by people? Because that would be annoying if I worked in a building where every day I
Come
walked
on
in.
in.
Yeah, I was getting the hard sell from the owner out front like it's Bourbon Street.
So
Come on inside, girls and alcohol.
Exactly what you said is what I explained to him. I go, people hate that. And he goes, no, people love that.
No, they hate it.
I go, what are you talking
Wait, they love what?
That's why people
they
don't
love
do
being
it much.
invited in?
No, he likes high pressure sales tactics.
Ugh.
Moose reveals to me without knowing it that he likes high pressure sales tactics. For example, he goes, yeah, man, the other day I was walking through the mall. Guy stops me. He goes, hey, man, I like your shoes. He bought a $25 diffuser. What do you call those things with the incense?
Oh,
Because somebody at a kiosk in the mall stopped him, talked to him, and he bought something from him.
I always wonder who that works on.
Moose!
Now we know.
He's the only one, because everybody else on the planet...
No, thank you.
You
No,
avoid that
I gotta
person.
go. I'm very, very, very busy walking around the mall.
But he really liked his shoes, man.
Whether you're trying to sell me a non-licensed T-shirt that you're going to make right there in the mall, whether you're trying to sell me that sneaker cleaner that obviously does
Phone
not
case,
work,
phone
all
screen.
of these things, do not talk to me. And you wonder who that works on. And we finally found the one man that makes them keep doing it.
The annoying economy is all supported by Moose.
Moose. It's all Moose.
That's amazing.
And I can't wrap my head around why anyone would want that.
Yeah, especially a young person like that. I mean, he's not that young. I mean, what is he? He's not like a little kid.
I got hurt people.
He's not a teenager, but, you should know.
Thank you. And I don't understand this idea. Does he think if he walks past these guys in the store, into their store that they own, that they want to make money with, they'd be like, hey, what are you doing? This is not for people like you. Get the hell out of here.
I guess I do feel funny sometimes if I go into a smaller store and I'm the only one in there. I can understand avoiding it because you don't want to be the only one in there, and that can get a little awkward because then I feel like I have to buy something, I don't want to walk. I'd be like, this is really cool. All right, bye.
Especially when it's there's a lot of these stores in Pittsford.
Yeah.
So every year,
Too quiet.
once a year, my youngest and I, when my daughter has hockey camp, we'll go walk through Show 'em Place there.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of those little stores.
Yeah.
And they're crafty.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
It's like something that they made.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you can't not buy something.
Yep.
But I think the women who own these stores, and it's always women who own these stores, they know that you're trying to find the least expensive thing.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Because like, it's like some of their like art is like $1,000.
Oh yeah,
Right.
it's ridiculous. Yeah.
I'm not getting that's not happening.
A wide range of prices.
Yeah, there's no cheap impulse item at those stores.
Exactly, yes. But I've tried to explain to my youngest, like, look, if we go in there, it's like a high price. I don't care. She walks in. Okay, now we're going to spend $5 for no reason.
Yeah, and then like you say, you got to make that awkward.
Yep.
Well, nothing for me today,
Yep.
but good luck.
Oh, I'll be back for sure.
yeah,
sure.
yeah. Well, I know. Telling all my friends.
Which is funny because, I mean, do you think those people that own those stores are offended? I mean, that's how business works,
I
right?
don't know. It's just this weird guilt that comes over you that I can't explain.
But I always thought, like, if you understood business, you wouldn't open up this business because nobody needs that many,
But it could-
like, socks made out of weird animals.
But it could just be like they
You're
make
not Sam Walton here, man.
money off of like one or two sales, and that's like the majority.
that's
Because that's always how I feel like when we go to like the festivals and there's all those artists out there. I'm like, maybe their goal is to just sell like one or two big things, and they make their money on it.
Yeah, she's right. Because, like, if you use Shown Place as an example out there in Pittsford, right?
Yeah.
Like, there was, like we said, there's some items that are, like, really expensive. Maybe you sell one of those every
Yeah.
week and you make your nut. I don't know.
So my first wife, when we lived in South Florida, she worked for a lot of like these little high-end rich women that opened up these stores. One was a jewelry store where she made her own jewelry. One was an art gallery. And she worked there, and it was always like iffy if she was getting paid that week. But she wanted to do it because the job was so goddamn easy. Because you just stood there.
Sure.
You got dressed up, and you literally just sat there. And these people would walk in and out. Like, some of this stuff was like, it was like a month's salary to buy the cheapest crap in this place.
Yeah.
But once in a while, somebody would come in and, dump a bunch of money in a joint. I guess that's what floats their boat. But sometimes they also couldn't pay her. But she wouldn't quit because she knew she didn't have to work.
I mean, it's a good gig if you can get
Yeah.
it and you get your paycheck
Yeah.
at the end of the week.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, we found the one man in America that likes high-pressure sales tactics because Moose, who works down on PXY, the building he lives in down around the corner, there's a store at the base. It's a clothing store, Golden Supply Company. I highly recommend it, by the way, if you're into, like, locally made, cool Rochester-centric
Who
stuff.
isn't?
They make their own jeans.
Okay.
When's the last time you went to a place that made their own jeans?
I haven't been to China, so I don't know.
That's what I'm talking about. Pretty unique. It's pretty cool.
How much are jeans? They got to be pretty expensive.
Custom jeans.
Yeah, I
don't know.
I
I've
remember
actually
them,
never
so I
looked.
can't wear them because I got thick thighs. But you know that. I got powerful thighs. I have to buy special jeans.
Well, they could probably custom make them.
It's embarrassing to have a thigh conversation with a
No,
stranger.
they'll measure your thighs.
No, I
Can
understand.
you
but-
tailor these to my thighs?
Yeah, because like that's what I have to say. I would have to walk in.
All
and
those
be-
NFL guys do it.
No, I know, but
probably.
I don't play in the NFL.
Yeah, there's no excuse to.
With that attitude, you never will. I got a theory about Moose and people that want that.
No, by the way, just to catch everybody up, he wants to go in this store and look at it. And when I asked why he hadn't gone, he goes, "Well, they're standing outside. They never invite me in." And he doesn't understand how a store works. He then reveals to us that he bought a diffuser, one of those
scented things with the
at a
sticks.
mall because a guy told him he liked his shoes at a kiosk and he stopped and bought something from him. You got a theory?
So I have a theory about people that like high pressure sales. Like they want to be approached
Okay.
because they think they're important and you want me in your store.
Okay.
So it's almost like I'm relevant. Like, so when he walks in every day, he's offended that those guys don't invite him into his store.
Is that what it is? He's not a big enough deal, so.
How dare you don't want me in your store?
Why?
You want me in your store.
But they do want him. It's just
He wants to be invited in. He wants to feel like a big shot.
No, yeah, he did. He said that he wanted to be invited. Maybe that's what it is. That's weird.
It's a big shot syndrome.
Because it's kind of them assuming you have money to spend. Is that part of it
Yeah,
too?
I look important. Why
Yeah.
wouldn't you want me in there?
But I don't.
I know people, man. I could bring a lot of people to your store.
I mean, maybe that's it. I guess I can't. That's got to be. That's the only explanation that makes
Big
sense.
shot.
But it's still kind of no, not Moose. That's not Moose. He's
A
not-
guy that calls himself Moose on the radio doesn't think he's a big shot.
You're wearing Beatle boots right now. I don't know how much.
The Beatles were big shots.
Yeah, exactly. You're not a Beatle. You're not even Pete Best. You're Pete Worst. I mean, Kimmy, is there a situation in which a high pressure sales technique would be welcome to you?
She don't shop.
She has clothes on.
Okay.
I'm wearing a shacket. You wear shackets.
You guys
You
are
have a
twinsies.
shacket on right
I do
now.
appreciate the shacket. I am growing on you a little
Usually,
bit.
okay, I will say I have the high pressure sales thing has hit me if it's like a friend doing it. You know what I mean?
But you don't. Do you appreciate it?
Oh
No,
no,
I'm asking
like
a
I'm just
situation
doing.
which you
I'm
would
not doing
want
it because I
Okay.
actually want it. It's sometimes like you feel pressure because everybody else is spending and you don't want to be the one that doesn't. You know, like because I'm just thinking of all those like at home parties I've been to.
Sure,
like
sure.
you don't want to be like the person that doesn't spend and it's just sitting there not having any fun.
I do feel like women have it worse with the high pressure
Oh,
sales
yeah.
techniques than men.
Well, because they also do a lot more retail than we do.
Well, not only that, like even like if I walk like behind my wife and my kids, like if we walk through like Macy's
Yeah.
or like if I go into Sephora with them, the second they walk through like that makeup or perfume counter, it's just bam, 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 bam,
Oh,
bam,
the
bam, bam,
tester
bam.
lady?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where I can just walk through and nobody says a word to me. I've never been hassled by anyone at a cologne counter or anything like that.
Because they know you don't buy.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But I feel like that's not as prominent as it used to be. Like when you'd walk through like Macy's and stuff and people would try to get your attention. Like I can't think of the last time like I really noticed that at a department store where there were like that many people. Because there used to be a ton of people working at those counters and stuff too. And you almost have to like wave somebody over to get any attention or help.
It feels like high pressure sales techniques are more accepted in the female world than in the male. Because even like when my wife walks into like a clothing store, she will be immediately approached by someone who not only asks if they need anything, but she'll like kind of like walk around with her and be like, oh my God, this would look so cute on you or blah, blah, blah. I've never had a man or a woman for that matter in a clothing store be like, this would look great on you.
Yeah, because we don't matter.
Really? Like even when you shop for like nicer clothes? Because I feel like, no, I'm saying like, let's say you had to get like I don't know, like a suit or
I
something.
go to the Express outlet.
Well, if you ever walk into one of those like men's stores,
Yeah, I
they're
don't-
usually like
But those are
immediately
like,
followed around.
they'll approach you because they're
Yeah.
working on commission. They want to get
Yeah.
you into a suit.
I
get.
I don't think I've ever bought a suit from like an actual
Really?
suit
Really?
store. Yeah, because like that Express outlet that was open in Henrietta
Yeah.
was brilliant. You could get a whole suit that looked halfway decent for like $80.
Yeah, if you go into those high-end men's stores, they're going to approach you.
Okay, yeah.
Because, I mean, they're trying to move some pretty expensive merch.
Sure. But like, I mean, it's just another reason why being a guy is so great. I get to go out, I can buy what I want, right? Nobody's gonna bother me. If I don't like it and bring it home, I'm not taking it back. I'm not doing that.
There was a point in time, probably around the time we were teenagers, where all those like teen stores, like I don't know if it was like part of store policy or what, but they'd come up to you and talk to you, ask you what you needed, say, hey, what's up? Like they were trying to start a casual conversation. You know what I'm talking
No,
about?
I don't, because I never shopped in those stores.
He was too poor.
I was. I told you I got 3 Abercrombie T-shirts.
I'm not even talking about
No,
those.
they
I'm
weren't
talking
even
about
Abercrombie.
like
They were Aeropostale because I got a gift certificate to the mall and there was a sale, and I wore those 3 shirts on rotation all the time. You were saying, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not even talking about those stores. Like, I'm trying to think of, like kind of like those punk rock stores.
Like Hot Topic?
Yeah, like not even Hot Topic. What's up?
Gadzooks?
Zoomies, Gadzooks.
Okay, so I was a little before Zoomies.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Because I just remember.
I miss the Zoomies craze, man.
I remember like the second you'd walk in, hey, what's up? What can I help you with? What about this? What about, I was like, I don't want to go in there.
You shopped at Zoomies? I mean, I guess you are kind of dressed like Kurt Cobain today.
Yeah, I've been in there.
Before or after? It's a valid question, man.
We have a dynamite before. Got a break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means.
Oh, where they shopping in the hood?
Okay, look, Kimmy's got her post on the Neighborhood app. You guys know how this works. It's Where They Whine, and we're going to figure out where they are. The last 2 Where They Whinings we have done has been nothing but chaos. We thought 2 weeks ago, because we had to do it on Thursday on account of the Bills Monday Night Football game, that's why.
Yeah.
We were wrong, because we came back on Tuesday, and it was just as chaotic. We had 3 disqualifications. One woman picked Saratoga Springs.
Yes.
We made fun of her mercilessly. She did not understand why.
The farthest pick ever.
We get back on track today.
All right, let's do it.
Look, we need to concentrate. We need to focus. This is a serious game.
Yeah.
Right?
There's a lot on the line.
It's sanctioned by the International Foundation of Where They Whinin', which we just invented. So just after 9 o'clock, set your phone alarm, come back and hang out. Come back with us or hang out all day. Because, like, seriously,
Enjoy.
what are you doing with your life?
Yes.
Nothing important. We got a whole bunch more. But first, I promise you tickets. We got tickets.
Oh, we got.
Dane Cook is coming to the Kodak Center October 10th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Be the 8th caller, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You, yes, you.
Me, you?
Yes, you are going to see Dane Cook at the Kodak Center. He'll be outside after selling his CD. Hey, come on over here. Look at this CD. You look great. Hair looks great. 8th caller, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Dane Cook, pair of tickets. Best of luck. from your friends here on CMF. We are, what, 22 days away from Halloween?
Oh, yeah.
23 days.
Yeah.
But we're in Halloween season.
Oh, yeah, we're slammed.
Candy's everywhere. Costumes are up. Spirit Halloweens are open and thriving.
Decorations.
12-foot skeletons all over. And then inside your house, you have your Halloween stuff you do. Now, I know you're not this guy. I'm not this guy. I don't know about Kimmy. But it turns out that if you are into horror movies, it's because it happened early for you.
Like you got into them as a kid?
We'll get into this next here at the break room on CMF. It's spooky season.
Ooh.
Gonna get you. And there are things that you'll do outside: the trick or treating, the haunted hay rides, the cider and donuts, the decorations. But it's what's inside your house that is the subject of this discussion.
So what's in my house?
Well, in your house is scary movies.
Oh, yeah.
And if you are into scary movies, odds are you got into them early on.
Yeah, probably.
Which creates a question. How early is too early?
To scare the crap out of your children.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we have our winner to go see Dane Cook. Who's going to see Dane Cook today?
Brian.
That's a perfect Dane Cook.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right? There's going to be slammed with Bryans. Again, those tickets are on sale right now, livenation.com for the show later this week. And if you didn't win those tickets and you want to win something, well, we got good news.
What's that?
You can log on to the contest page right now at WCMF.com because if you like to laugh, don't you?
I kind of like to laugh, yeah.
Well, we got another pair of tickets for another comedian. The 5 p.m. performance of Tom Segura, Come Together. That's Sunday, May 25th at the Kodak Center. Tickets go on sale Friday, October 11th. That's this Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. So log on. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. 2/3 of Americans, Tommy,
What are they saying?
say they saw their first ever scary movie before the age of 11.
Yeah, I mean, back in my day, that would definitely happen.
So that sounds right to you.
Well, back in the day, I don't know what it's like now.
Well, I mean, 2/3 of Americans, that would lead us to believe that there are still kids watching scary movies at 11 years old. Do you remember?
Especially if you have older siblings, they love to like show them to you to scare the crap out of you.
Do you remember the first scary movie you saw? And I'm not talking about that video camera you found in your mother's dresser.
So I was watching my mother having sex.
Ooh, that wasn't even a noise made by a mouth. Make your hair stand up. But do you remember the first scary movie you saw?
Yeah, because they used to run this thing called Creature Features.
Okay.
So they were just like old bad B movies of like Frankenstein and Dracula, but they were probably made in the 30s and 40s. But they always did them, they were just reruns.
So they were light scary movies.
Yeah, it was the old vintage ones you saw.
Okay, like Bela Lugosi kind of stuff. Kimmy, do you remember the first scary movie you saw?
I think it was one of the Scream movies.
Okay.
Because, I remember being a kid and we were at my friend, probably like 5th or 6th grade, so it's right around that age where, my friend was like, you want to watch a scary movie? For some reason, they're older. It must have been their older siblings had the Scream series.
So it was funny, back in the day, right, you could control what scary movies your kids saw because the only way they were getting a hold of them was A, on television, and if it was on TV, all of the stuff was, cut out, the super scary stuff. Or B, you're right, Blockbuster or Hollywood Video or Family Video or whatever, and you had to be with them to rent that movie.
Yeah.
Now it's harder to protect your kids from super scary movies.
True.
Because of streaming services, and, every streaming service now has a whole group of Halloween movies. And when we talk scary movie, I guess the term scary is subjective. Because there are those ghost movies that can be creepy. There are those monster movies like you brought up that are scary but not super scary. And then there are those super violent slasher movies.
Yeah.
Because those didn't come out till a little bit later. Like the Texas Chainsaw, Halloween, where you knew the pretty girl should not go in the basement. But those came out a little bit later. But then there was another one in there in between all that, and it was when things invaded us.
Okay.
Oh, the alien run?
Well, there was aliens, but then there was giant anything in your house or in your yard that got exposed to radiation now took over a city, and they were so birds, rabbits, ants, spiders, tarantulas, and then the U.S. Army had to come out and shoot them down, and it never worked.
It was funny, when they got exposed to radiation, they became giant. They didn't have all their hair fall out and die a terrible death. Right?
They actually got more powerful and hated human beings. But those slasher ones came out a little. I can remember the first one I saw that probably was Halloween.
Okay.
The original. Where it really got gruesome.
So when you talk gruesome, there is an entire genre, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of movies now that exist where it's just the scariest, most horrific violence you've ever seen in your life. And when I see the average or 2/3 of Americans have seen a scary movie before 11, I'm dying to know if it's those types of movies.
Ghosts? Are we talking ghosts or?
Yeah, or are we talking you watch someone
psycho killing sprees.
Psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est?
Yeah.
I would also imagine it looks more the more we progress in scary movies, the more real it looks and feels too.
Yeah.
Which also makes it even creepier for your kids.
So based on this study that 2/3 of Americans watch their first scary movie before the age of 11, it also turns out, at least it seems, based on the numbers we have, the earlier you watch scary movies, the more likely you are to be a scary movie fan as an adult. And I'm going to ask you this question.
Yeah.
And again, the phone number is 252-WCMF. Do you judge horror movie adult?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
I think you're lame.
You know the type, right? Like, they
yeah.
love the genre. They got a favorite, like, horror director.
Like, this is their favorite time of year.
Yeah,
Like, they will get
yes.
married on Halloween.
Yes.
Yes.
You just
No,
jump
I
in.
know multiple
Yes.
people that have, like, because they're just into all that dark stuff.
So both of you judge horror movie adult.
Mm-hmm.
I love how you answer for Kimmy. Yes, we do. Well,
I
I
mean,
would like to
hey,
speak for
like,
Kimmy
if
also.
If you find your thing and you find somebody who also loves that thing, who am I to judge?
Sorry, so you're telling me then if
I feel like they always find each other, too.
So if like a friend of yours, you go out to the bar on a Friday night and they're wearing like a T-shirt of like a slasher flick you've never seen before, it's not off-putting for you?
I don't know. Like, you could be deep into any kind of hobby like that, and it's what?
That sound.
What?
You make your face.
What?
You
You
make
made
your
a
tummy
face.
That's gas.
Because what?
That's gas.
But I think like anybody who's just like who wears what they love on their T-shirt and is almost waiting for you to ask about it because it's such a deep cut.
Yeah.
It's a conversation I don't want to have about anything.
Right.
All right. What's the problem with adult horror movie person?
Because you're growing ass, man.
Well, I mean,
Like,
scary
there's
is scary.
of all the things you could be watching out there,
Yeah.
I mean, this is designed to scare kids.
Oh, I disagree. I think those slasher movies are very.
And after a while, if you've seen enough of these, you know the first time you get scared, it's a cat just jumping off and
What?
hitting a bowl.
Oh.
Like the second one is the one that's going to kill you because when they're walking around, meow. Oh God, thank God it's just. And you turn around and the guy's there with a bloody axe. And he chops you up. It's the same setup every time.
No, it's not true. There are like those slasher movies that are also psychological thrillers at the same time, right? Like, I mean, there are different genres of the genre of horror movie. No, not at all. You just think they're losers. You don't want to say it.
I know. I said lame.
Okay, that's.
I will
softer
say
than-
this: if you've seen one horror movie, you've seen them all.
Not
Shut
true.
up, Mike Muley.
There's different kinds.
I'm not even a horror movie guy, and you're making me defend these people.
Is sci-fi person the same person as horror movie
No,
guy?
much different. Much different.
But I kind of throw them in the same category.
I'm telling you, they're
Well,
different
like if you
people.
take some of those really dark sci-fi, like
yeah.
Alien.
Yeah, like there's some that get a little gruesome.
I mean, that's an extremely gruesome
Okay,
one.
all right.
But then there's other ones like I wouldn't call Star Wars that.
No, not a horror
No.
movie.
Oh no, I guess I wouldn't put that in the same
I
category.
feel like if you were to go to a horror movie person and a sci-fi person and say you're the same person, like if they could fight, which they can't because they're nerds, they would be wanting to fight you.
Oh, it's a religious war at that point.
That's what I'm
Yes.
saying, and also it's straight up, right? It's funny you brought up Hot Topic a second ago, right? Like you walk into Hot Topic, like that's the store for people who want like weird ass horror movie T-shirts.
Yeah, they have that kind of
Wear
collection.
that stuff around.
Yeah.
I don't know. What about women, Tommy? As we talk about, 2/3 of Americans say they saw their first scary movie before age 11. The earlier you see a scary movie, it seems the more likely you are to become a legitimate horror movie genre fan. Women who are into horror movies.
That's weird. Because most women I've ever known don't like them because they find them scary and they don't want to be scared.
Oh, I disagree.
They want
I
to see romance. They want to see funny.
Oh no, I know a lot of
Like
women that are
rom-com.
into it.
rom-com. They
Yeah.
want to see They want Billy Crystal and Meg
Yes.
Ryan rom-com.
Scary enough for me.
Is that Hugh Grant over there? It's a rom-com.
I don't think most women like horror movies.
See, I find that to be every woman
Kind of
I've
evenly split.
Every woman I've ever dated wanted to watch horror movies together, and I wouldn't call them fans, but I don't like horror movies. I don't get them.
I don't either.
It's just
I just find them boring.
I was saying it's like this isn't real. I know it's not
Yeah.
real, so it's like whatever. Which is weird because you love murder documentaries.
I do. We are just breaking down one this morning I'm watching right now.
Yep.
You're absolutely right. But that's
But that's real.
no,
it's
that's more
also-
disturbing.
I know.
That's more disturbing.
but it's almost
what
set
I'm
up as
saying.
almost like a news documentary, so that's probably why I like them.
I love how like you have to say
Yeah.
that to make yourself feel like you're smart.
You know, it's a little bit more intense.
it's not. It's,
It's
not.
just-
Intense is not the
it's-
word you're looking for.
But
just
there
as
are
dark.
movies. There are movies, scary movies that I love, but I wouldn't call them a horror movie, like the original Jaws.
Okay.
I love
that's-
that movie, but that's a scary movie. But I wouldn't call it a horror movie.
So Carrie Ann actually wrote us a second ago. Does Jaws count as scary? My older brothers wanted to see Jaws 3 in 3D. That was scary for just how they wrote it.
Yeah,
So I went with them, and I was 8 years old, and I was terrified. So is Jaws a scary movie?
it's a scary movie, but I don't know if you call it a horror movie.
I wouldn't watch it. I mean, it's not like a Halloween standard.
No, No, not at all. But it is pretty. It'll make you jump out of your seat the first time you see it.
I guess any movie that could make you scared of something in real life could be considered a scary movie, right? I mean,
Like The
if there were
Exorcist.
people that were afraid to go into the ocean after seeing Jaws,
Yeah.
it had an effect on you.
When that Exorcist came out, man, like that.
Oh, yeah.
The first one with Linda Blair, that scared the crap out of me.
Rochester Connection.
It scared
Oh,
people.
yeah, that's right.
The
The priest.
it's supposedly based on a true story.
Yes.
The priest that was the exorcist was an employee at McQuaid.
It was all shot in Ironaway.
Shut up.
What?
Well,
Yeah,
there are
was
those.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's weird because
You could see Lou Graham in the background driving by in one of the scenes.
well, like when the sun started to go down
Yeah.
and the color of the sky was
Yeah.
midnight blue. Whoa!
I think any of those horror films where like the actors or actresses literally couldn't get a job after that definitely had an
That's
effect.
Linda Blair.
Yeah.
She
on people.
tanked.
Well, she was also like 7.
Oh, she wasn't 7. She was a teenager.
Okay, still young.
But,
Yeah.
but she only got like a couple other gigs, and that was it. She just like faded away.
Well, I mean, it was such a monster movie, right? Like everyone saw her as that kid.
And Jamie Lee Curtis, when she did Halloween, like she was like branded like that was the kid.
Yeah, whatever happened to her? Idiot.
But she dropped off for a while.
Shut up,
She
you
did.
dumb ass bitch.
She didn't come back to Love Boat, bro.
You know, it's funny too because
And that was scary.
there are Halloween movies that are scary movies, but not really scary movies. Because one of my favorite movies of all time is the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Well,
which
that's
is,
a joke.
But it's a Halloween movie,
Yes.
and it's
Yeah.
got horror elements to it, but it's not a scary movie.
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's got comedy.
They ate meatloaf, bro.
Yeah. I mean, it's like Young Frankenstein is not a scary movie.
You know, it's funny. You sit here and you judge women that are into scary movies.
Yeah, I think they're
right?
kind of weird.
But it's weird if like adults will pay a fortune to be scared. Like
Mm-hmm.
any weekend for the rest of October,
Yeah.
you go to a haunted hayride in the greater Rochester area, there are hundreds, if not thousands of people
Yeah.
that pay to have the bejesus scared out of them. And that's like become a standard date night.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
how do you judge scary movie woman when you would be getting your ass dragged to a haunted
Yeah,
hayride?
I know.
Stupid. You're not so like this Halloween. You're not going to want to curl up, Kimmy, with your big strong husband with his mustache. That one guy said looked douchey the other day at Bill Gray's. I didn't want to tell you. I'm sorry it had to come out this way.
That's okay.
And like
Probably said it to his face.
hold his big muscles while you're scared watching this movie.
No, I'm not. Scary movies just are off-putting to me. I don't know. Like I don't feel satisfied, I guess, after watching a scary movie like I would any other kind of movie.
Okay.
Like I feel like I wasted my time. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe you want to get out and do something.
Well, where are we going?
Well, there are 2 new businesses for folks that live in Webster and Penfield that are right around the corner.
Fantastic.
What's interesting about these businesses is they are more of the same, at least more of the same things that seem to be trending in Rochester. There are 3 businesses we have seen over and over again the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And Kimmy is curious as we tell you what these 2 new, but not new to us, businesses are. Which one maxes out first?
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, they say when something works, keep doing it.
Oh, yeah.
And there are 3 types of businesses in this town that seem to be using that formula.
That are like a dunk.
Well, at least up to this point. But here's the thing. When it comes to a specific type of business, there are never too many until there are too many.
All right.
Because as popular as these 3 things are right now, at some point, there's going to start to be too many of them.
Saturation.
Right?
Yeah, it happens.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. There are 2 types of men in this world. There are men who speak confidently about things they don't know, and there are men who listen to men who speak confidently about things they don't know.
Yeah.
And when those 2 men get together, bad things can happen because Tommy's brother, after going through one of the most devastating things of his life, should be dead.
Yes.
And we're not talking about killed by a hurricane.
No. By his own hand.
But it's not just now. Look, it would be his fault for doing this because it's a stupid thing.
Absolutely.
But he's not alone here because it took another man opening his mouth for no reason to put him in this spot. And what's amazing is, as much as we're going to kill your brother and this other guy, this happens on a daily basis in every single town in America. And you sit here and go, you do the same thing.
I'm still here, baby.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Some exciting things happening in Baytown Plaza right there, Webster Penn.
Yeah, what's going on?
So there are 4 new businesses going in, but 2 of them we as a community are very familiar with.
What we got?
So these types of businesses have been popping up all over the greater Rochester area. The first business in Webster opening up, Old Pueblo Cantina.
Ooh, little Mexican food.
You got it, Mexican restaurant.
Delish.
And we in the greater Rochester area have been fortunate enough to live through the great Mexican restaurant explosion of the 2020s.
So you would say Chipotle would be Tex-Mex food.
I mean, it's most base
And you
level.
would say that about Moe's.
Yeah, I would say
Okay.
so too, yes.
All right.
But what I mean is, like, Kimmy, the mom and pop Mexican restaurants that have exploded
Oh,
across.
so this isn't a chain.
No.
This is Mom.
local.
So I
El
would say
Mamo Papo.
over the last few years, like there have been a couple restaurants near me that have shut down, and in place of those restaurants it's automatic, like a Mexican food joint
All right.
goes in there. Like there are like 3 or 4 that I'm thinking of that opened in the last 2 years. That there was something else there before, but now it's just strictly Mexican.
Like there's nothing on those menus I wouldn't eat.
It's all delicious.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Keep in mind,
Endless Taco Tuesday options.
about a year ago, we discovered that for years and years and years, Italian was listed as the most popular ethnic food in America.
Yeah.
Millennials and Gen Z now list Mexican
That
food
makes sense.
as their
Yeah.
favorite. So all of this makes sense. The other business that's opening that we've seen a lot of lately, this place is called Jackson Golf.
So like you buy golf clubs?
No, indoor golf simulator.
Oh, all right.
It's a membership-based business with 24/7 access. So if you want to work
Wait.
on your irons at 3 a.m., you're in luck.
They're always open?
Yeah.
What it says.
That's genius.
They also boast the only modulating putt simulator on the East Coast.
I don't know what that is.
I'm assuming that means that the greens move to change the lie. I'm guessing.
Oh, like how it breaks?
I guess.
That's cool.
Yeah. So the indoor golf simulator, that would be another one of these businesses that we've seen that have opened in the area the last 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
There are 3 types of businesses in the greater Rochester area that keep opening nonstop. Mexican restaurants, indoor golf places, and of course, the Rochester staple, the brewery.
Oh, yeah.
Kimmy, you saw this story yesterday.
Yeah.
And it raised a question in your head.
I was kind of wondering which one we were going to max out on first.
Now, when you say max out, you mean?
Just to the point where it's like, okay, like maybe we have a few too many for the amount of people here in town.
So when they start to fail, we've
Yeah,
reached a
yeah,
point
yeah.
of, as
Like,
Tommy
yeah,
called it,
we're-
saturation.
Yes. Not so much that people don't like to do those things still, but maybe like we didn't need another one kind of deal.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, of brewery, Mexican restaurant, or indoor golf, which one do we hit the max of first?
Golf.
Really?
Wow.
Well, because it's more expensive. Mexican food is so reasonably priced. Like you can eat like a king at most of these joints.
It is awesome.
It's filling. It's delicious.
so great.
And breweries who don't like to get drunk, who don't like to drink.
Well, yeah, but
so,
you know-
but I mean, I understand they all could reach it. Golf is the one that I think you could because it's expensive.
Okay, but that's why maybe the indoor
Yeah.
simulator works because, like, first of all, you brought up the price, and here's the thing: the price in Rochester is actually not that bad. The equipment is.
Yeah, I don't know what they charge you to go and do these.
You can walk 18 holes for like $15 on some of
I
these.
don't
on
think
these
it's too bad.
simulators.
No, I'm talking
in
about like
golf,
outside
golf.
period.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why because the golfing is down. I thought.
The golfing is
Golfing's
down.
down.
Yeah.
The golfing.
You golf on the dip. And then you replace the dip.
I will argue about the golf simulator because as soon as the weather breaks in Rochester, it can be 40 degrees. If there's no snow and it's sunny, the links will be packed.
Yeah, but which hurts the simulator because then who's going inside to play that?
It's weird. People will do the
They do
indoor
both?
one still all year round. Yeah.
I thought once you get outside, screw
You
that.
get a rainy day.
But
got people in there.
the point I'm making is from, like late October until
right.
early
The
March.
cold.
I mean, maybe those things are
right.
jam-packed full of people. And look, I've never been to one. I'm not entirely sure. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Maybe they make their money in the wintertime.
But don't forget, you got that. I'm sorry, but you got that massive one you're getting ready to build.
Top Golf is coming to Brighton.
I mean,
But even that's a different. I mean, with the golf simulators, you can actually golf. You're actually playing a course.
Oh.
Whereas the Top Golf, it's just a driving range. It's a fancy driving range.
I thought they had both in
essentially.
there.
Maybe they do.
May.
I don't know.
I don't know.
But I think the golf simulator, you also take into account, like I know people that have gone to golf simulators that don't golf because they're like a little bit scared to actually golf for the first time on a course.
I don't want anybody to look at me.
No,
So they kind of learn through the golf simulator because you don't feel like you're holding anybody up. You're kind of doing it for the first time.
I mean, I think Kimmy's right. Like the holding up thing bothers me because I hate golf, but if I didn't hate golf, I'm not a good golfer.
Yeah.
I'm also worried I'm going to slice a ball so bad I'm going to hit something.
Yeah.
Because I can hit it like 300 yards just directly
All
to
over
the
the
right.
place?
Yeah, it's, I if we're going to pick which of these
So what do you
businesses, well, with a new Mexican restaurant opening out in Baytown Plaza, along with a new indoor golf simulator, Jackson Golf and Old Pueblo Cantina, unfortunately, and I hate to say this out loud, it feels like Mexican might be the most susceptible to max out.
But there's not. I mean, how many Mexican joints are in Webster?
I bet
Maybe
you
not
there's
that
more
many.
than 4.
Yeah,
more
I know
than you
there's one
think.
other mom and pop one down the way.
But when's the last time you were,
Yeah.
bro? You were not in Webster for the great Mexican restaurant explosion of
Bro,
2020s.
I left Webster and the place blew up.
Yeah, it's not by accident.
I don't get
You
it.
show up in Pittsburgh, everything's dying. It's dying. Look, like you said, Mexican is delicious. It is the most affordable and filling of the option. And it's hard to find bad Mexican. That being said, all it takes is one major food fad, and it can take your customers away for a little while, which can kill all your
Bro,
business.
nothing seems to kill the taco.
Well, no, but think about, remember when Atkins showed up and everybody stopped eating
Yes.
bread, right?
Everybody went with the meat.
And a bunch of restaurants that were really good restaurants went under. Now, I don't know what the next fad is or the next diet, whatever.
That kills Mexican food.
But there could be something. I would feel food is always the most susceptible to being maxed out.
All right.
Plus, there are people that find their one place they like to go, and that's the only place they go
But it
to.
never really killed Italian food, and it never killed Chinese food.
Well, Chinese, that's a whole other thing. I don't understand how Chinese.
But they go on forever.
They
man.
do. They do. But maybe we should.
But again, it's affordable. I never went into a Chinese restaurant and go, man, this is too much.
Yeah, but there are Italian restaurants that have closed or changed hands.
No?
I can't think of one off the top of my
I
head.
can't either. It's more of the weird stuff that they try to push or the hipster stuff that
but
goes under.
everything is weird until it's not weird anymore.
No, but when they started taking pizza too far.
Oh my God! Shut. You mean Italian?
Well, yes, but I mean when you just went strictly like a pizza joint, I think those struggle. There was the Great Northern Pizza.
Okay.
Really cool
I love
pizzas.
that place. I miss
They
that
were a
place.
fortune and they went under, man.
Potato skin pizza.
Because you're gonna die. but again, the goddamn pizzas were a fortune.
If I could pick one restaurant to bring back and
Oh,
eat
it's
one more
them.
time, yeah.
Yeah, those there's two brothers. And they were genius.
Great and Northern.
Good guys. I was more of a great guy.
You've never been a great guy. And now you got me wandering back to
Bonering
the days.
for a pizza.
Bro, I want it so bad right now. I have never
Is there
found...
any? Is it
No.
even still in business
No.
anywhere?
They were a
It's
local
gone.
business.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, they opened up
Oh,
They
in
were
I
a
thought it was
sit-down pizza
regional.
joint.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I remember it. I didn't know it was
You're
like.
talking about pizza? Of course she knows what it is. Stupid.
But sit-down pizza joints don't seem to work very well.
Well, so Pizza Hut's kind of now starting to go back to what they did before. Remember,
Yeah.
they shrunk all their locations, and now they're finding that people want to sit down and go back to the old school Pizza Hut with the salad bar and stuff
buffet.
like that. But like I said, things change, trends
Yeah.
change, ideas change. So that makes Mexican the most susceptible, I think.
Well, how about beer? I mean, you've got breweries all over.
Well,
the
and
place.
somebody did just remind me the Mexican restaurant we're talking about is going into an old brewery.
Oh, is it really?
Yes.
Ooh,
Yes.
Well, there's your answer.
I also wonder if we've been so spoiled by good beer here in town that if you open a brewery and people try it for the first time and it's just not up to their standard,
You're
it's
out.
like a lost cause right up front.
No, that's a great point. What you don't know is always good. Like,
Yeah.
look, we have a ton of Mexican restaurants. We don't have, in relative to other cities, a large Mexican population. I don't know what good, authentic Mexican
yeah.
is supposed to taste like. I just know I like what that tastes like.
Yeah.
Whereas you're right, Kimmy,
Yeah.
we've been a beer town for
Yeah.
so long, we know what
Might
good
be a
beer
little
tastes
too
like.
late to the game at this
Tough
point.
market to crack.
But we've also been a golf community for so long.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We know what we like when it comes to that. So maybe
Yeah.
that makes the indoor golf simulator the most
But I
susceptible.
guess that's a different experience, so maybe it's, you're not comparing it to traditional golf. I don't know.
There could be a business idea here. As we talk about these new businesses going into Baytown Plaza out in Webster Penfield again, one of them is Old Pueblo Canteen. It's a new Mexican restaurant. The other is Jackson Golf. It's an indoor golf simulator.
Yeah.
We've seen a ton of those two and breweries the last couple of years here. The $1 million idea that would kill?
Oh, drunken go-karts.
No, you idiot. What? That's illegal.
Is that like your dream?
For now.
Mexican restaurant brewery with a golf simulator in the back. I'm not even kidding.
Mexican restaurant brewery
Yeah.
with a golf simulator.
I don't know if I want to be all beamed up and then try to swing a club.
Well, you'll be drinking, so it'll be fun.
No, but like
I mean,
it's a
you-
very
but you
heavy
drink
food.
on the golf course.
Yeah, but you
I
don't
see.
like pound.
Beamed up. I see
I
what you're
never
saying.
saw the taco cart at the golf course.
They need one of those.
Oh my God, dude, that would be the most
Taco
popular
cart?
golf course in Rochester.
Golf is hot dogs and hamburgers.
I've already
If you
got a name
offered
for
like
it.
$2 tacos.
On the course, bro.
Yeah.
You would kill guys. Guys would be dropping from heart attack.
Yeah, as opposed to the Italian sausage I can buy. I already got a name for our Mexican restaurant brewery with a golf simulator in the back.
What's that?
La Cerveza 19th hole. What's 19th in Mexican?
I don't know. I took
Spanish.
French.
Hey, we can Google it. Thank you.
La what?
La Cerveza.
The beer?
Just give me a 19th hole. I need the beer of the 19th hole. That's what we need to call it.
What, I got the final hole.
No, it's
The hole
past
everybody
the
goes
final.
to. I think that's called Elio Mom.
Elio Mom. I'm not familiar with his work.
Cerveza Elio Mom. In my village, we all end up at your mom. We bring our
Diecinueve?
sticks.
You're the only one laughing.
And we hit the hole.
You're the only one laughing. What'd you say, Kimmy?
Diecinueve? I don't know if I'm saying that right.
So
Diecinueve?
10-9.
Say Nueve.
The Diez is 10.
Diecinueve?
Sorry, here. Give me a translation for the beer of the 19th hole. How about that?
Okay.
All right. But, bro, I'm not kidding, by the way. Literally
It
every...
may be too much.
Why would it be too much? It gives you an opportunity to
A
eat.
lot of gas, man, between Mexican food and craft beer, and you're bent over swinging.
Well, like craft beer with like a Mexican twang. Down in the West Texas town. What do we got?
Cerveza del Hoyo
Oh, your mom.
Diecinueve.
Bro, that
El
would-
Hoyo.
Cerveza del Hoyo Diecinueve. That would
I
be
think
a
so.
killer.
I
Bro,
could
the
be
name
totally
itself.
butchering
But nobody
that.
knows what that is. Nobody speaks Mexican.
Beer of the 19th hole.
But nobody would know that.
No, but it's like, it's intriguing, right? Like, you're like, what is that? I want to go in there. Oh, my God, they got Mexican. Oh, my God, they got craft beer. Look at the golf simulator in the back. We'll put pickleball
What's that
courts.
smell?
We'll put pickleball courts in the parking lot. We'll clean up.
All right.
Clean up.
One-stop shop.
What are we still doing here?
I don't know.
Bro, I know there are guys listening right now.
I don't know about Mexican food and pickleball together.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, let's
again,
leave
a
man.
lot of
All right,
farts in
That's
the
a
court.
lot of stress on your bowels.
We'll leave pickleball out
Okay.
of it, but golf.
El Bello.
You grew up in Florida. You should know how to speak Spanish.
I don't.
You said it yourself. You were around nothing but Spanish-speaking guys.
Well, I hung out with a lot of Cuban guys.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the same.
Spanish?
Well, no, between
understand
Mexican
that they were different.
and Cuban, they speak different.
I'm not even going down this road. Right?
Well, yes.
No, I didn't. I
You
said,
said, well, you
made
don't
a
speak.
statement. I said, I don't know how you don't speak Spanish. I made a statement. I didn't say, please explain the difference between Cuban Spanish and Mexican
And by the way,
Spanish.
I was taught Spanish by Floridians.
Okay.
Think about that.
Okay. Good point. Good point. Speaking of Floridians, they are bracing for another
Oh, yeah.
This
massive...
is like it says this may be like the worst ever.
And like your brother is like in a spot where he's about to get blasted.
They
again.
were literally in his town where his on the Weather Channel yesterday showing how high the water's going to go on a simulator.
And both of your brothers, even the one that lives in North Carolina,
Were affected bad by this storm.
and this is where the story begins, because Tommy's brother that lives in North Carolina should be dead right now.
Yes.
Not because of the storm, but because of a very stupid decision that was encouraged by another grown-ass man. And
Doing things they didn't need to do.
And not only doing things they didn't need to do, doing things and saying things and encouraging
Yes.
things that they were confident in, despite the fact none of them knew what they were talking about.
Yeah.
And in this story, which Tommy will share, is a lesson that you, Tommy, and every other man listening needs to learn.
Yes.
If you don't know, shut up! Next in the break room on CMF. If you're going to listen to one thing we've ever said on this show, it needs to be this.
What's that?
Just because someone speaks with confidence doesn't mean they know what they're talking about. Because there is someone close to the break room that should be dead this morning.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason? A know-it-all who turns out knew nothing. And a man standing next to him who decided, you know what, that guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. You're hanging out in the break room. Monsters Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7:25, 7:30. News 8 and Primetime Sports 585 tried to do a really good thing yesterday. And
what are they doing?
Hopefully they did. They were looking to gather as much used sporting equipment for kids as possible.
Yeah, got it.
Right, to hand out to folks that are having a hard time affording it. And hopefully they did really well. Problem is, if we know people like we think we know people, they didn't. Because if there is one thing you will never get rid of,
What's that?
despite logically not needing it ever again, it's your kids' sporting equipment.
Oh.
And we'll get into it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So as we sit here, Florida's about to get blasted with another hurricane.
Yeah, pretty devastating one.
Maybe even worse than the first one.
They're saying this could be like historically devastating.
Okay, so we've been following this closely in the room because your one brother lives in Florida.
They're in the path of. They've been in the path of both of these hurricanes.
And yeah, your other brother's in North Carolina.
Right.
And they are still trying to deal with the effects of the first one.
Yes.
But what's strange is your older brother should not be alive right now.
No.
And it's not because of what happened with the hurricane.
Nope.
You want to tell this story?
So my brother lives in western. He's got a second home up in western North Carolina, near where all this devastation is. They were completely affected by it.
Western North Carolina.
Western North
Yeah,
Carolina.
so it's a very odd area where he lives. He's way up in the mountains in the corner.
Okay.
So it's near like Asheville, where you're seeing it all in the news.
Kind of
right?
some of those like more remote towns.
He's way up in the
Yeah.
mountains. So they got hit bad. So I finally got to talk to him Sunday because it's been lights out, right? So they finally got out. They got some cell phone service. So, of course, you go out and see what's going on in your hood. And it's a small neighborhood. And as he's out walking around with his neighbor, there's a line down, and it's laying in the road.
Like a power line.
Like some kind of line.
Okay.
Right? So my brother's neighbor says, that's a guide wire. They use that to pull the other lines through.
Oh, okay.
So like they tie this line up, and that's how they pull the lines up.
So I could touch it and be totally fine.
Yeah, so my brother goes over and just picks it up out of the road so nobody like trips over it and coils it up and puts it by the pole on the side of the road.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Cool. Then they're checking out the devastation.
Okay.
So finally the power company gets up into his hood. And the guys, my brother's out, because as soon as the power company shows up,
Gotta
every
check it out.
guy has to come out of their house and talk to the guy because just to let them know you don't have power because they're not sure.
How long's it gonna be? You
Yes.
think? Yeah.
And they're asking all kind of questions. But they got asked a question.
So your brother and his neighbor.
Are standing there with a couple other guys, and the power guy says, one of the utility guy goes, did somebody move this line? And my brother, thinking like he did a good thing, he steps right
It
up.
was me.
Well, yes. I moved the line thinking the guy was going to thank him for being so, observant
Considerate.
so nobody gets hurt.
Okay.
The guy says to him, that's a live wire. He goes, the only
Holy
reason
crap.
you didn't get electrocuted is because however it landed grounded that wire. Now, I don't know how electricity works, but I'm going to take this guy's word for it.
Yeah.
So if he would have touched it and it wasn't whatever it was, he would have fried to death.
And when you say like fried to death, like the most extreme of fried to death.
It's the power that comes into your house, man.
Okay.
It's what they put in the electric chair when you kill your parents.
Okay.
Oh my
Okay. So he would have been electrocuted. Like he would have got shot in the air like some stupid Roman candle. And it's all based on his neighbor saying, who's not an expert at
Yeah.
this, but probably saw a documentary on how power works, saying, yeah, that's a guide wire.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this man who gave your brother advice, he has
His
no
neighbor.
He has no
They're just
background in
neighbors.
And
okay.
he didn't reach down to pick it up. He was just pointing it out.
Right.
All right, so if this guy who gave your brother the advice has no background in electricity, has never dealt with stuff like this personally
Right.
in his life, why would your brother listen to him?
Well, because it's another guy his age. Because all guys, my brother is 78 years old.
Okay.
There's no reason for him to be outside looking at logs and touching lines. But his neighbor's about the same age. They're a couple of old know-it-alls. So, of course, you're going to listen to your neighbor because he's around your age. You have the same educational background. Of course, he knows I know what I'm talking about. He knows what he's talking about.
Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We can break this discussion into two parts.
How's that?
Let's start with your brother.
All right.
Your brother, for some inexplicable reason, decided to trust a man who had no expertise with his life. And you just explained why, but it still doesn't make sense. Right? Like, it doesn't make sense that, sure, he sounds like he knows what he's talking about, but this is a legitimate life or death situation if you touch
And you don't
this
need
wire.
to touch it.
Thank you.
Right, and that's the thing. Like, it wasn't in your way.
No,
You
there's
just-
no cars
Yeah.
coming. The roads are washed out. Because I asked him, I said, why did you move it? He goes, well, in case somebody was coming up. I go, the people coming up is the power company. They know what that is.
Thank you. And, like, here's the thing. It's easy to take a shot at your brother here, but he's not alone. A lot of people do this. For whatever reason, when someone speaks with confidence, we all tend to believe them.
Yes.
But it makes no sense. Like, if someone tells you something a certain way, rarely will you ask for credentials.
No.
Right? You'll often not have follow-up question.
Yeah.
You will almost never question why they are so confident. You'll just do what they say. What the hell, Tommy, about someone speaking with confidence makes you automatically believe them?
And it's weird because my brother is a know-it-all. He just is. He's a registered Floridian know-it-all. And I'm guessing this guy. So I wonder if, like, when know-it-alls all get together, you just kind of like follow each other around.
So it's a blind leading the blind.
Yeah, it's got it. Well, it definitely is
But
that.
it is weird that know-it-alls gather, because I would think, like, know-it-alls would, like, butt heads, you know?
But they do.
But I would think that, like, you wouldn't want to hang out, and one know-it-all wouldn't want to hang out with another know-it-all. You know what I mean? It's like two magnets repelling.
No, but here's the thing. Like, this know-it-all, your brother wanted to be a hero here. Your brother
Yes.
wanted to help out and say he did something
Right.
good.
Yeah.
And he had an idea that this is probably safe. The other know-it-all confirms his thing. And like Tommy said, well, he knows and I know, so we'll do
And
this
I want to be
together.
I want to be the hero here,
right.
saying I'm the one who moved that wire, sir.
But the strangest thing about this to me is, like, we all have relatives who are like this, right?
Yeah.
Your relatives will question everything they see on the news, right? They'll question everything they see on social media. Yet your neighbor says that's not a live wire, and you immediately pick it up and move it.
Yes.
But the other side of this
What's that?
conversation, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, as we talk about Tommy's brother in North Carolina after this hurricane moving a live wire that was grounded. Thank God it didn't kill him, because his neighbor who had no experience said, yeah, that's a guide wire. That man who gave your brother this almost fatal advice.
Yeah.
Again, he doesn't work in this realm.
No.
If your brother asked, hey, what expertise do you have in this? He could have said, oh, I don't know. I don't know what kind of wire that is, right? If he asked, hey, is that a live wire? This guy could have said, I have no idea, because that's the truth. There was no need for this other man to open his mouth and play it off like he knew something.
Yeah.
So why did he not just do that?
Because he wanted to move that damn wire. And he was just looking for somebody to validate his heroic effort of moving something so somebody doesn't trip on it.
Okay,
So
you're
he wanted
saying
to be
your
a
brother
hero
wanted
guy.
to be.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm talking about the other guy.
Why the other guy said that?
Why the other guy? Because all that other guy had to do was say, I'm not sure what that is. That could be dangerous.
But he's a know-it-all. And he probably saw some documentary on Nat Geo on how power lines work after Katrina. And they showed him how they put the new lines up. That looks familiar, so I'm going to tell you this.
So they just left that line there, and we're going to come back for it later. You know what I mean? Like, even the logic behind his statement doesn't make sense, because why would they just leave it across the road if that's what it was used for?
But, like, okay, I get your brother wanting to be the hero. I get him wanting to move the wire. Fine, that makes sense to me. But the other guy who gives your brother this advice, despite the fact that he knew, what's the benefit for the guy who gave the advice? Because we're a big risk versus reward show, right? The reward here is the wire gets moved. And if it's a guide wire, doesn't matter. It's not going to hurt anybody anyway. The risk is you watch your neighbor fry to death in front of you. Why would you take on that risk? Just so your neighbor thinks you know something about power lines.
Yes. Because everybody wants to get involved. Because as soon as you step out of your house in a situation like this, like a devastating hurricane, you have no business being out there. Like, especially guys of this age, you ain't moving crap. Like, the help is coming.
Sure.
Like, you're not going to be stronger than the National Guard and in North Carolina Power and Light.
Okay.
But you think, I'm going to step in and help these guys out, and they're going to appreciate it. Because, you know, they're looking for a couple of extra hands on deck.
Sure. And here's the thing. Everything you're saying, Tommy, is right and logical, and you sound sane, right? All right. But there's a problem, even with what you're saying. We'll get to that in a sec. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. First, let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback off this. All Tommy's brother wanted to do was be the hero. He wanted to lend his hand in the cleanup effort, clear the road so these guys can get through. I don't know the proper way to say this, but if he would have died, all we would have heard of is this man trying desperately to help in the cleanup effort was electrocuted, and, God rest his soul. I'm glad we heard this story. Because what an ass. What an idiot.
The funeral would have been amazing because the parade of golf carts to the cemetery.
And guys carrying 100-pound, deadlift weights down the street.
That's it.
They're doing the farmer's carry all the way to the church. Yeah.
I cannot, even I remember when I was a little kid, my parents saying, if there's a power line down, don't go anywhere near it. If you're in your car, just stay in your car. I don't understand. What a fool, and what a fool this neighbor is.
Okay, now, Jeremy, everything you're saying is true.
Cavalcade of idiots.
Okay,
well, they are on Fool Mountain.
Everything you're saying is true, but Jeremy, can you
There's
admit...
that laugh I love.
It sounds like he's getting electrocuted. See, there it is. Jeremy, can you admit, because I think all of us are guilty of, at times, just blindly trusting someone who just sounds like they know what they're talking about?
I'm sure that I have. I don't have an example.
Okay.
But this one is just so egregious.
Yes.
It's like, do you know how much current is coming through that line?
Well, the guy said, he goes, you would have died.
Yeah.
He goes, you would have put shot out of your shoes, man.
He would have died instantly and then cooked in front of his neighbor.
Yeah.
And then his neighbor would have gone in the house and go, I told him not to touch it.
100%. 100%.
Jeremy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We'll deal with you in a sec. Because I got things to say to you still.
What would I do?
Again, we're talking about Tommy's brother lives up in the mountains in North Carolina. We've been following his story the last couple of days. As his second hurricane's about to hit Florida. But this brother should be dead. Not on account of the hurricane, but because he and his neighbor surveying the devastation
Being
the other
nosy.
day. Right? They walk out. There's a wire across the road. Your brother's neighbor says that's a guide wire. There's no electricity running through it. Your brother picks it up, moves it, coils it up.
Yeah.
Up comes the power company who goes, who moved this line? Your brother, I did, we are.
He was so proud of himself.
The power company tells him that's a live wire, and if it wasn't grounded, you'd have been killed 10 different ways.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk to Bill. Hey, Billy boy, how are you?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
How you doing?
Good, man.
Hey, God bless the public. They want to try to help, but so many times they just get in the way with everything. And a lot of things like this, people can get really hurt, or there's situations that I had a situation one time. We got a call, and a guy was, he was down, and I remember I'm working on him, and this lady.
So, Bill, you're working as an EMT at this point?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
There's a lady right over my left shoulder. She's 350 pounds, 2 biscuits shy at 350. She says over my shoulder in a big, thick Southern accent, if you need any help, I'm CPR certified. I turned and looked at her, and I said, man, we got a broken leg here.
Start pounding on his chest.
I'm like, ma'am, please step back. And God bless the public.
By the way, she did step back, but she was still right next to him.
Yeah, right. But the thing is, a lot of people can get hurt, and I've seen it. The public wants to help, and they just don't know what they're doing. And people, like your brother's friend said, well, that's a guide wire. Well, a lot of guys a guide wire. Oh,
Billy, I hear you, buddy. Bill, always great to talk to you, man. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. All right, take care. So here's the thing.
Yeah. Like
I said, you're sitting here, Tommy, and you're saying all the right things, right? And all the advice here is to not confidently speak about things you don't know. That's all you have to do.
Especially when you're not putting your own life at risk, but other people's as well.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, Kimmy. If you confidently say things that aren't true, even if in that moment nothing bad happens, eventually, if that information sticks in people's
that's
head,
a good point, too.
Bad
Like
things can happen
that's
down the
not
road.
a one-time thing.
You, Tommy, do this all the time.
What do I do?
Multiple times a day. I watch it with my own eyes.
What?
If you watch the live stream, you see it too. Someone will ask a question, and with no background.
Well, I just make suggestions.
In that world. No, you don't. You confidently give an answer. You make a statement. And here's the thing. Kimmy, you know this.
Yeah.
When he makes that statement up front, he's not joking.
No, I mean, I hear like when you're feeling sick, feeling a little down, don't go to the doctor. Just drink a glass of whiskey.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like what do they call it? An elixir.
But like it's a
cleanser.
That's a long-term one.
Maybe there's something we could take, to make that all go away.
There's 2 times this week we talked about police work where Tommy confidently spoke on how police departments work.
Well, my buddy's dad's a cop, so I'm kind of on the inside.
First of all, not the guy you should use as reference for police work. Second of all, you weren't even right about that. But what I'm getting at is, Kimmy, he will confidently make that statement, not joking.
No.
And then we'll start making fun of him, and then he'll be like, oh, I was just joking, which you weren't. But here's the thing.
No, he doesn't even really say he's just joking. He just kind of waits it out until he's exposed.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Okay. If Kimmy and I were not in this room to question or push you, you would believe what you said. If you were just doing a show by yourself, you would just be sputtering out wrong things. And if you wanted that job, they're hiring at Wham. But what's even more strange, just that information coming out of your mouth with no one questioning you makes you believe that information is true.
Well, that makes me like a news correspondent.
No, listen to what I'm saying to you right now.
What?
If you make a false statement, which you do
But we don't know.
We know.
We don't know how this is going to play out.
If you say something wrong confidently, which you do multiple times a day, and neither Kimmy or I question you, later in the conversation, you will reference what you made up to argue the point that you made up.
So you're saying I could start my own country?
Maybe.
Probably.
And the ask
Tommy Nation.
Thomastan.
No, we have Tommy Nation.
Oh, yeah, we do. I forgot.
T-shirts at the WCMF Rock Shop, WCMF.com.
But I don't have a flag or anything.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
All right, Tommy Nation.
And Kimmy, here's the ass kicker.
Yeah.
And this isn't just for Tommy, but it's for every know-it-all guy out there. They could be wrong 9 times about the things they say. 9 times.
Yeah.
But that one lucky guess where they run their mouth
And I've hit it.
is the only one they remember. And that's the one they'll use to
Stumble
justify.
into a victory.
Well, that's your anchor. You anchor your whole being on that one
on a
correct.
10% success
Yeah.
rate.
Yeah.
That's something.
That you
Hey, 10%
surprise
is pretty
yourself
good in
with.
some leagues.
What league?
Crappy ones.
Look, like when it comes to this speaking confidently and not knowing, it makes sense for younger people to do this because that's a time of trial and error. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're at an age when you're younger when you think you're smarter than you actually are. But Tommy, at your age, at your brother's age, at his neighbor's age, really, once you hit 40, you should know how little you know based on how wrong you have been in your life. And that's not a slam. That's everybody.
But apparently it doesn't work that way. It doesn't.
How?
Because we, anchor in to like our belief system.
Okay.
And then you hang out with other guys that are like the same way.
Yeah, but as you get older, you should become wiser, right? Like, isn't that... You
Well, you
learn
think-
from
but-
all these things. You've had life experiences that should teach you otherwise.
Yeah, but you don't pay attention and you think you are wise. Like my brother thinks he's a very wise man, and he is in certain instances.
Sure, yeah, everybody's smart with something.
But he thinks he's like my brother gives people medical advice.
Why?
He does it all the time.
Why though?
He's the guy at the gym that's telling you you're doing it wrong because he works out like crazy with his
Yeah,
powerlifting,
yeah.
right? And he's hurt people at the gym, not physically, but telling them how to do things that were wrong. Or like he didn't know like if they had back issues or knee problems.
Yeah.
And he would tell people to push it, and he tells me these things where he goes, "Yeah, the guy blew out his knee, but he should know what he's doing."
All right.
It's also partly like I think part of the problem is like listening and like reading comprehension because you may read something or listen to an expert that says one thing, but when you go to repeat it to somebody else or the way you heard it is not maybe the way it was meant to
How
be
I interpreted the information.
Yeah,
Right.
so,
you
because
don't know how to
your
read.
attention may be like, oh no, I heard this from an actual expert. Maybe you did, but you're not relaying the right information.
All right, one sentence sums it all up. And this is the only thing you have to remember that we've
What's
ever
that?
said in our entire careers. Ready? Be smart enough to know you're dumb.
Okay.
Be smart enough to know you're dumb. And you'll live.
That's a tough one, though.
You're dumb enough to know you're smart. Let's take a break.
All right.
This is a great move by News 8 and Primetime 585. And we'll tell you what they were doing to try and make things more affordable, kids playing sports in the greater Rochester area. And here's the thing. What they're collecting, these people don't need anymore.
Oh, okay.
Which is
Just
weird.
sitting around.
Yeah, which is weird because they're not giving it up for nothing.
Really?
Next here in the break room. On CMF. It's one of the biggest expenses of having kids.
What's that?
And once they get older, this stuff is completely useless. Yet, despite not having a reason to keep it and it taking up a ton of space, we have a hard time parting with it.
And it's weird. Like, what do you think you're going to do with this stuff?
It's a great question. Now, here's the thing. This is a wonderful idea to help out folks who need a break with their kids playing sports. But are the parents that have it willing to part with it? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. I'm telling you, this is one of the coolest things you're ever going to see. Like
Fantastic.
you specifically.
Me?
Yes.
Can't wait.
And unfortunately, the man or woman who ends up with this thing will be a giant douche.
Oh.
A giant douche.
Because it's that cool.
We'll tell you what is up for auction.
Ooh.
And what it's going to cost. How about some moon auction, buddy?
Wait.
We'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. So yesterday, News 8 and Primetime 585 teamed up for a used sporting gear equipment drive. And the idea was this stuff that was donated would be given to families that are having a hard time with the cost of kids' sports.
Yeah.
And look, man, having a kid that plays travel hockey, that price is endless.
Yeah, and you're just going to beat this stuff up anyway.
Exactly. So they took everything, but they had a special need for lacrosse, baseball, tennis, and football stuff. Now, we don't know how it ended up. Obviously, we hope it went well.
Yeah.
But there's a problem with this idea. For whatever reason, parents never want to get rid of used sporting equipment in their house.
I think it's tied to the memories.
Ooh,
Is that what it is?
You
Well, I
haven't met
noticed-
my parents.
Yeah.
Wait, hold, sit there. Hold on. I'm sorry.
So when I moved in with my wife, and we were like cleaning out the house and stuff, she had a lot of this stuff, raising 2 kids, and I think a lot of it was the memories of like the little league and the dance and all that stuff that she did with the kids. I think she didn't want to let go of those memories, and I think keeping that stuff around, having that box of her stuff, was kind of like they were still in the house.
I do have to admit, like in the basement every once in a while, I'll come across some of my daughter's stuff, like when she was 5 or 6 and she first started playing hockey.
Right.
And it does make me warm inside.
Right.
It's very butterfly kisses.
Because at one point, you're going to put that box of memories together for your kids so they can take it up to their house.
How bad does that hockey equipment smell?
She was like 6. She didn't sweat all
yeah,
that
but I'm
much.
thinking, but it's sitting in a box in your basement.
Well, you know what? I'm so numb to the smell of hockey equipment, I can't even tell you what it smells like, right? Like, look, your kid's grown out of it.
Yeah.
No one will ever use it again in your house.
No.
It's not like it's going to skyrocket in value, but we don't throw it out. We have a hard time giving it away. And when the issue of what to do with it comes up with your spouse, you'll find a way to fight tooth and nail to keep it. But Kimmy, you said your parents were not this way.
No, I can't. I mean, other than like, they kept like basketballs and soccer balls, but the actual like equipment for sports, like if my brother grew out of like his lacrosse pads and stuff, like that stuff was gone immediately.
Really?
Like, they did not want that crap around the house.
Really?
That's the way
Yeah.
to be.
Okay. Well, you
I
just
mean,
love giving
the
everything
only
away.
I guess the only stuff they didn't get rid of was the stuff that was like dated. You know what I mean? Like sometimes, like lacrosse sticks, like technology moved beyond that version, so nobody really wanted it anyways.
But they would give it away to people.
Yeah, they would try to give it away any chance they had.
That's very cool of them.
Like cleats, stuff like that. Second we grew out of those, they were gone.
I think they're rare. Like 252 WCMF, do you still have all your kids' sporting equipment in the garage, in the shed, in the basement? And why can't you get rid of it? And if you are getting rid of it, where's it going to? So I agree with you with the sentimental thing, because my daughter's skates were so little. I don't want to give them away.
Right. They're almost like baby shoes.
Yeah. But there's also a sneaky, weird mind F that goes along with
keeping
this.
it?
Well, yeah.
Like this amount you spent on it versus
Bingo.
the use
Oh,
you got
yeah.
out
Bingo.
of it.
That sporting good equipment is so
It's like
expensive.
brand new.
And it is, though. Like
Yeah.
my daughter's, all of the equipment she had when she was like 5 or 6, like she's not banging kids against the boards, right? Like it's barely used. So in your head, no matter what kind of terrible shape it's in, you still see the price tag it had in the first place. And giving it away or selling it to a secondhand store for pennies on the dollar, for some reason makes you feel like an idiot, even though you're probably more of an idiot for just keeping it for no reason.
Yeah,
Right.
because your kids aren't going to want it, right? Like when they're grown and you show them like their little baby skates, your daughter's going to be like, cool, Dad, like just toss it.
Okay, so secretly too, I'm saving it, like just in case, and this is so dumb. Because I don't even know.
Grandkids?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I could see like that. Yeah, parents' minds going to that too. Well, there will be other kids at some point in the family.
How out of date is that stuff?
Yeah, I know.
Exactly. Like the way that you brought it up, the way the technology moves with kids' sports so fast now. Like if my daughters end up having kids eventually, it won't be for another, ideally, 10, 20 years.
Right.
Right? So.
It'd be like your grandfather giving you like hockey equipment from the 50s.
Well, I did tell Kimmy when I played 7th grade football for the Gates Charlie Spartans, I had to use my dad's high school football cleats.
Well, have cleats changed that much?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they did.
Oh.
They were like worn down so far.
Nubs.
Yeah, like they weren't even cleats anymore. They were like dancing shoes.
You actually slipped more and
like,
no traction at all.
Kimmy, they were white. They were originally white. But like they're football cleats. So you wear them in the mud. Like I looked like
pretty
the
gross.
Biggest dumbass on the history of the planet.
It is creepy though, getting hand-me-down stuff. So I remember like when I was a kid, my old man wanted to play golf. He wanted me to go play golf with him. I didn't have golf clubs. So the neighbor, and they lived in a condo. So this woman across the street, she goes, he can have my husband's golf clubs and shoes.
Okay.
And I guess this guy was a small dude. I never met him because he's dead.
Oh, like this is a...
She moved down from Connecticut. She had his stuff.
Oh.
And she like graciously gave me a dead guy's shoes and golf clubs. It had like his name all over it too. Ed. So
Dead
I
Ed.
was playing Dead Ed's golf club. And I hated golf. And just standing in some dead dude's shoes playing golf with my asswipe of a father was just horrible, man.
252 WCMF. News 18 with Primetime 585 Sports yesterday for a kids sporting equipment drive. And it's a great idea. Youth sports is so expensive. If your kid played sports, you have so much stuff in the garage that you're never going to use ever again. But for whatever reason, we have such a hard time parting with this stuff. And this may be one of the weird things that spans across like every kind of different person and family, no matter where you come from or what you do. Because like if you walk into a house that has kids and they haven't moved since, you will find bins or closets.
It's got to be a warehouse of this crap.
And even more strange than getting rid of the kid stuff is the difficulty some people have of getting rid of their own sporting equipment from back in the day. Because I just made fun of my dad. I still have
those. Yeah.
I still have my football cleats from high school.
Really?
Yeah, I know exactly where they are. I can grab
Just
them for you
in
if you need
case,
them.
like you gotta suit up for something.
Yeah,
Like what is? Do you think you're gonna use them again, or?
I don't know.
What about your pads and all that stuff?
Well, those like my hockey. Okay, so I had my hockey pants until a year ago, 2 years ago, from when I was a teenager. And my buddy who was learning to play hockey needed a pair, and I gave them to him. But that was a hard thing for me to do.
So,
I would think you'd have an easier time maybe passing that stuff on to somebody you know, because you feel like.
It's the only reason I did it.
What?
It's the only reason I did it. It's because I like the guy a lot. He's a good dude, and but like it was, I'm in my garage because like here's the thing: I have 5 pair of hockey pants in my garage. I don't need 5 pair of hockey pants. Right?
No, you don't.
I'm not playing in the NHL. I don't have an international competition I can go play in. But like I remember like going into like this the Rubbermaid closet you gave me when you moved out of your Webster house.
Oh yeah. It was like a big cabinet.
Yeah, and I take out my high school hockey pants, and I'm like, all right, here we go. And I like held them up, and I'm looking at them. And they're maroon and white and black, but now they're like brown because they're so old.
I mean, when it comes to your stuff, your wife's got to be like, "Hey, can we get this out of the house?"
She hates it.
Yeah, I mean, like, because you're already keeping your kids' stuff, which I understand why she'd have a tough time giving that away. But like when it comes to your crap, she's probably like, "You're never gonna wear these cleats. Why do we have these?"
I'm telling you, the second I give away my high school football cleats, I'm gonna need a pair of cleats. I also have the cleats I used to play softball.
You
in high school.
What are we gonna have
need a
cleats
pair of
across
cleats.
America?
Look, mark my words. Mark my words. I'm gonna
Cleats
give
for cancer, man. And now I don't have my cleats.
Why on earth would you, as a nearly 40-year-old man,
that was hurtful. 38.
need a pair of cleats to go play football?
I will give them away tomorrow. And then next
Especially
week,
football stuff.
Yeah, like
But the one
softball,
thing you should
sure.
get,
I still have my football. I still have my gloves, my padded gloves. That I
yeah,
wear.
all that stuff. You play football, get rid of that immediately because you're never going to use
There's certain
that.
sports you're not going to go back to, and I'm
Right.
guessing football is one of
All
them.
right, first of all,
And
they
the
don't,
technology changes so fast in football.
they don't make Newman gloves anymore. They're made out of leather on the inner palm, and they're still in pretty good condition. So I'm not getting rid of those. But the cleats, like if I give them away
you think
tomorrow,
you're playing wide receiver on top of that?
it's got the pads on top of the thing so you don't bang up your knuckles. Look, the point I'm making is
What's
this.
that?
If I give my cleats away tomorrow, Next week, we're going to get a call. Hey, busted celebrity flag football game to raise money for cancer. You know it. You know.
I don't think they want you to wear cleats anyway for flag football.
Well, no. I mean, look, I don't want to fall down.
Yes, we do.
Shut up. You know it. Like, it goes with anything, man. You give away something or you get rid of something that you had that forever. The next week, you need it again.
I know, but I'm Mr. I hate clutter. Like, old exercise equipment you're never going to do. Those fad exercise stuff you bought, all that stuff. Man, I wonder how many treadmills sit just idle in America.
I mean, holding up their clothes racks, right?
If that anymore.
But you spent $1,000, $2,000, $3,000
They
on
weigh
that
a
thing,
ton.
But
you can't carry it out of the basement.
If you give it away,
I'm going to start back up. I'm getting in shape this summer.
There's that, but there's that sunken cost fallacy. I spent so much money, I can't just give it away.
Yeah.
I can't. Oh, we got Facebook messages coming in. I see you guys on hold. Brian writes us on Facebook here. I have every baseball bat my son ever used, and he's 23 now. You can't even legally use them in games anymore, but I'll never get rid of them. And I didn't realize it until I just heard you guys talking about this. How many bats is that, Brian, if you're still listening?
Is it like aluminum bats or wooden bats?
I would assume they're aluminum.
Right.
I don't think his kid plays in the majors.
Right. So what are you going to do with them?
I don't know. But I get it.
They're just sitting in the basement or sitting in the garage. And you got to, the other thing is, every time you got to clean something, you got to move all this crap.
Yeah, but again, you get to have like memory time when you move them.
Well, you should be cleaning.
Shut up. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, how are you, brother?
Good. How are you guys?
Good, man.
Good story I got about my first ever hockey jersey. My brothers and I all played travel hockey growing up, and we're all in our 30s and out of the house. And my mom looks at the first chance to throw anything out. And one day I happened to be in Goodwill, and I'm going through the rack, and I see my first ever hockey jersey. I played on it as a team at 8 years old with my name on the back of it.
Oh, my God.
And I had to pay $2.99 to get my first ever hockey jersey back. And I never let my mom live that down to this day.
So you wanted that sweater, Chris?
Of course. I had all my other jerseys and, played at Parrington, so I had all my jerseys. And I can't find my first ever jersey. I don't know what happened to it. And one day I'm in Goodwill, and there it is.
So
You were meant to get that jersey back.
That's a great.
I was.
So here's the thing. I have saved every sweater, my jersey my daughter has ever worn since she started playing hockey.
All her hockey jerseys.
Yes, because I assume that one day when
those are kind of personal.
But I don't know. Like, look, she's not going to fit into them. I don't know if she's going to have kids that play hockey. Like, I
Could
thought
just be a memory thing.
Maybe I'd make a quilt out of them. I've seen those on Pinterest before. Like,
hockey
that's
clothes
cute.
across America.
Yeah, exactly. With my cleats, I'll sew my cleats in there too. But Chris, I don't know. There are guys like you. I get the sentimental value to that jersey. I do. But then there are those other people that they don't care. They want it chucked out.
Right. My son just started playing hockey, and there's no way I'm throwing any of his stuff out. My wife's probably going to kill me in 20 years when his, size 10 kid skates are sitting in the basement. But I'll never throw them out.
Well, Chris, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. By the way, it's I get what we're saying. I get what Chris is saying, and I'm saying the same thing. It's the most selfish thing ever.
Of course it is.
It is so selfish because hockey, lacrosse, the most expensive of sports, the startup cost for that keeps kids from playing. And just something as simple as letting a kid have a pair of skates or a helmet or a pair of gloves could get them started.
It means the world to them.
Yes, love affair with this sport.
You greedy bastards.
Yes, it makes me feel terrible, but I can't do it. I can't.
I think there's another thing that parents have a tough time getting rid of, and I know my mother-in-law has tried to give this back to my husband multiple times, but he will not take it. It's a box full of trophies and medals and all those awards you win as a kid, and he's like, Mom, I don't know what to do with these, and she doesn't know what to do. She feels guilty throwing all that stuff out, and it's not even like you can donate that stuff. I don't think.
Trophy, no, but. All the cool guys that have home bars, you put it up on the shelf by your bar.
From youth soccer.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a sports bar.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like your own sports bar. And guys love to look at other guys' trophies at their home bar.
Yeah, he doesn't want them.
All right, but here's the thing. Can we do sad Duffy story for a second?
Yeah, sure.
All right, come back with me. So all of in my room I grew up in, I shared it with my brother, Ryan, right? And I would put all the stuff up on the wall, right? Yeah. So I had a dozen trophies that I collected over years, medals, things like that. And, our house, after I moved out, it was repossessed.
Yeah.
And we didn't know, the kids, when it was coming. So everything, one day, just all the stuff.
You guys were on high alert.
It was gone. It was just gone. I really want those. I'm never
Really?
going to see them
You
again.
didn't get them?
I never. No, I didn't. They just they came in.
Went to the bank, and then they melted them down and made $1.
Like, but was there even any trophies that were like significant? Like we won, the regional tournament. You know,
Yeah, no, there were
usually
a couple of things.
No?
Like, I mean, look,
Okay.
here's the thing. Like, you're right. I would just have them in a
Yeah.
box in my basement, right? But the fact that I can't have them bothers me.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Does that
Not
make
knowing
sense?
what happened to him.
I don't know what happened to them. They're gone. They give some people that work for the bank just chucked. It's my whole life, just chucked in a bag.
But that's what usually
Take that
happens.
deadbeat chuck. No, you're right. Let's read one more Facebook message talking about never giving away your kids' sporting equipment. Lisa's got the last word. She writes us on Facebook. My husband will let my family friends borrow things our kids use for lacrosse or field hockey season,
Borrow?
but he always wants it back at the end.
That makes him a dick.
Yeah, it is.
She goes on. It's a
dick
big
move.
issue with us, but it's something he really wants, and I pick my
That's
People are like
embarrassing,
renting
man.
from them.
Man, what a chintz.
sentimental value.
No, but if you give somebody something, you wave bye-bye.
You're right, but he's not. He's lending them something.
That's chintz.
I mean, I guess if those people are done with it, maybe it's easier for them to just give it back.
Well,
I
not
don't
if
know.
their kid keeps playing that
Yeah.
sport. though.
Right.
Well, if they grow out of it or something.
And what's he going to do with it?
Again, we just
that
had
is
this whole
weird.
conversation.
It's all
like,
banged up from some other kid.
I don't know, man. I kind of hope I get my hockey pants back.
I'm pulling for you.
Thank you. This is going to be the coolest thing gone to auction that we've talked about.
Really?
Because it involves like man stuff.
Boy.
It involves space. This was on the moon.
Damn.
And someone is going to spend a lot of money to own it. And here's what sucks. As
What's that?
cool as this is, and as much as you'd want it, fact of the matter is, whoever ends up with it
Yeah.
is a giant douche.
Really?
There's no way around it.
But you're a moon douche.
What are you talking about?
Douches
in
space.
We'll work on that in the commercial. We'll
All
come
right.
back, tell you about it next year at the break room. On CMF! This is super cool.
Oh, wow.
Like, it's already like a dude thing.
Yeah.
And then you add the history aspect of it, where it's been. And if you saw this in person and they explained to you what it was, you would have 1,000 questions.
But you wouldn't know right away?
You wouldn't know right away.
Okay.
You wouldn't know right away. Here's the problem.
Right.
Here's the problem. Whoever ends up with this, without question, is a douche.
Why?
Will be a douche. Because only the douchiest of douches will be able to afford this. And only the douchiest of douches would wear this.
That would be like a haiku douche.
Yeah.
A douche.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Going up for auction, actually currently in auction right now, is a Moon Rolex.
Wait.
Which means
Who wore
what?
it?
It's a GMT Master Rolex watch, and it belonged to astronaut Edgar Mitchell, the 6th man to walk on the moon.
Damn.
There are photos of him wearing it while piloting the lunar module.
Oh.
So it has been in space
Yes.
and been on the moon.
Wow.
Man, it's also what they refer to as a Pepsi Rolex, which means it's red and blue, so it's also USA colors, which is pretty
And
badass.
it's a Rolex, which adds another
Yeah.
ton of cash to it.
You got it. So, there
So
are,
did NASA make this, or is this his personal, just he had a watch?
So that's what's interesting. NASA issued astronauts Omega watches, but because Rolexes back at that time apparently were big amongst Air Force pilots, and these guys, a lot of these guys were Air Force pilots, most of the astronauts sprung for their own Rolexes to take with them into space.
Damn.
Yes, they like those watches so much.
So this went up for auction.
Yeah, so there are only 2 Apollo-flown Rolexes that have ever been sold at auction. This one specifically is engraved with Edgar Mitchell's name and the date of the Apollo mission that he went on while wearing it.
Damn, man.
Right now,
This is badass.
bro, the most baddest
You
of us.
rich badass.
Right now, the auction is at $132,000, but it's expected to hit around $500,000 for this watch.
Damn.
Okay. Is this not the coolest thing ever?
Oh, yeah.
And would you not be in awe of seeing this
It's
in
the
person?
ultimate man bling.
Okay. So let me ask you this then.
All right.
The guy who buys it, cool guy?
Well, yeah.
Guy
Well-
who
I
spends
wasn't confident.
$500,000 on a moon Rolex.
I mean, it's pretty badass.
So the guy who bought it, he's cool. The guy who buys it's cool.
Well, people that wear Rolexes are kind of.
You're struggling right now in your head.
Oh.
He's fighting a battle between moon and douchey watch.
Well, it is a douche watch.
But
You're not a Formula One driver.
yeah,
What do
but
you
you're an
want?
astronaut.
Yeah,
So, well, the person who had it was an astronaut.
Yeah. I don't know.
You know, you just don't want to say it.
Yeah, you're kind of a douche.
You guy, moon douche. You're a moon douche.
But man, what a piece of history.
And you get to wear it. Like, I
Right.
mean, how many pieces of history can you put on and wear out of the house?
And it's so unique.
yeah, I mean, it's the
it's
only one.
it's one of a kind.
Yeah.
Just based on where it's been.
And that's what sucks about this is the only people that'll be able to afford this historical piece of space history
Yeah.
are giant douches.
They may never
Yeah, well,
even
that's always
wear it.
been. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, they may never even wear
no,
it.
you wear that.
You
If you
think?
buy
I don't
that,
know.
you wear it.
You're wearing it out Saturday night.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
You know, from what I understand, Rolexes are really well built. That's why the vintage Rolex things are so expensive.
But I would think, like, if you're somebody that buys this watch, you probably have other unique, like,
sure.
flashy watches. So this may just be part of your rotation.
Okay, so 2 people, it seems, would be the most likely to buy this watch. Either A, like you said, high-end watch collectors,
Yeah.
Yeah,
in which
jewelry
case,
guys.
in which case you would wear it, or space collectors, in which case you would put it on display.
Yeah, that's going
yeah,
on
in a
your glass.
case.
All right. So who's more douchier? The guy who wears it, or the guy who puts it on display and tries to show it to you when you come over to his house?
The guy that's flashing all
Really?
the time. Oh, yeah. Because he wants
Yeah.
you to talk about it.
Yeah.
But you want to see it.
Well, no, I'm just saying, let's say, even if I don't even know you bought it, but if I just see that on a plane or at a bar, he's hoping to get asked questions about it.
But you would ask questions.
You may.
If you
I
found
mean,
out what it is, you would want to talk to that man about that watch.
I would find that very unique,
So he's doing you a favor.
kind of, even though I don't like him.
I don't know where you are right now.
Torn,
don't
my
either.
friend, torn. Torn between 2 watches.
All right, Kimmy, let me ask you. Person who buys $500,000 moon Rolex. Again, we're talking about astronaut Edgar Mitchell. He was the 6th man on the moon. The Rolex that he wore in space. There are photos of him piloting the lunar module with it. His name is engraved on it along
Yeah.
with the date of the Apollo mission. It was his personal watch. The watch was on the moon. Person who buys it for $500,000, super cool, super douche.
Are you a person who buys it and wears it? or a
Just person who buys it, period. Does it
Oh.
matter? Does that matter? Does it split for
I
you?
think it is a little different because if you're buying it to put it on display, I'm guessing you have a collection of space stuff.
Okay.
Like that's not like a one item kind of deal. Like you have a collection of the thing, and I guess I could give you a little bit more credit because maybe you just really appreciate the history of space travel.
Okay. So that's less douchey, but you're still kind of a douche?
You're just kind of a nerd.
Nerd? Douche nerd?
Douche nerd.
Are there douchey nerds?
Probably.
I'm going to give more of a pass to douche nerd than flashy douche.
Okay.
Flashy rich guy douche that just wants to tell everybody about his watch.
I
Because
just-
he may want to tell everybody about his watch no matter where that watch came from.
I always find like guy that wears like really high end stuff on a daily basis is an ass. Like if you wear a Rolex every day or any of those high end watches and stuff,
That's
and
more people than you think that
Oh,
you're
I know,
describing.
I know. But you're just an ass. But I get if you're going to a wedding or Saturday night, you want to dress up.
Yeah.
But if you're blinging at work, give me a break.
Okay, look, man. You can't say what you're saying as you have one leg crossed over the other in beetle boots.
These are like standard
But
work
think of
boots.
how
No.
douchey Tommy is,
Yeah,
and
if
even
you're
he
working in the
doesn't
douche
have.
factory. What's that?
I said, think of how douchey Tommy is, and even he doesn't have a Rolex
If he
on.
could afford a Rolex, he would be.
I don't
wearing
have
a
any
Rolex.
jewelry.
If you
except for
could-
my wedding ring. I don't. Jewelry guys creep me out.
Okay. If
They
you
just
could-
do,
If
man.
you could afford a Rolex, you would be wearing.
I could get a
Rolex.
Rolex and them fake ones down there in Canal Street.
No, but it would turn your arm green.
Well,
Greener.
eventually, yes.
Greener.
Well, that's because it was in space.
Look, man. Like.
What?
You know that, like, no, I'm saying, like, like, expensive is subjective. You're right. You and I, we're not going to sit here and buy a $500,000 Rolex watch. We're not going to have a watch we're going to wear out every Saturday night that costs $20,000. But, like, if I compare what you're wearing
I'm
to
just
what
wearing
the
tailored.
average,
I'm wearing a nice tailored outfit.
what the average man wears to work, like, you are a moon douche of clothes.
But I put like watch guy, necklace guy, bracelet guy, kind of in
No,
that
those
bu-
three things are very different.
No, to me,
All right, look.
you're all just a blingy douche.
No, we can break it down. We can break it down, right? Watch guy, I think, is the least offensive of those guys.
Why is that?
Well, I am wearing my Apple Watch today, but I have a what's called a Shinola watch, which I love more than anything in the world. It's made in America. Very nice.
All right, supporting the troops.
Yeah, go ahead, say that. Say something about that, you communist prick. But I'm saying, like, there are men and women who just like wearing a watch because they've always worn a watch and it's functional.
All right.
All right?
Or maybe they inherited it from somebody. You
All
know.
right.
Whatever
All
it
right.
is.
My grandpa's watch.
I
He
bet
was
you-
a big old douche.
I bet you that's where a lot of guys get their higher end, like nice pieces, is probably passed down.
Yeah,
I don't
'cause-
know a lot of guys that invest in it, you know.
Vintage watches are unbelievably
Yeah.
expensive. Then comes down the douche hierarchy. I think necklace guy comes next, right? And there are also valid reasons as to why you may be wearing a necklace, like the passed down stuff. Like maybe it's a sentimental
Yeah.
piece of jewelry that has been places or was worn by someone you love. No.
Maybe.
Really?
But usually those loud ass necklaces I see ain't got no sentimental.
You don't know nothing about nothing.
You went down to one of those Dubai gold by the inch joints
here
and
we
go,
go.
hey, give me 7 inches of tugboat rope in chain form.
By the way, 7 inches would fit around your neck, you sissy priss. The douchiest of those are the bracelet guys.
Yeah. The
Like-
golden bracelet. I'm talking golden bracelet.
Yeah.
I'm talking like cancer cause. I'm talking just like a
Metal,
rope
high end metal.
gold
Yeah.
flash ass bracelet.
I'm with you 100%
I
on
don't
that.
see that a lot though.
You do
That
it
really
when you-
stands
You don't
out.
hang out on
when-
the west side much.
Well,
you
no,
do it
I
when you're
think-
buying Coke.
Look, when I was at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chilai, it was every other person
I
had to
don't
have a
notice
rope
the
Oh, yeah.
bracelet.
bracelet. Interesting.
Pinky rings.
Yeah, no, I mean that's the douchiest of douche, the pinky ring,
Yeah.
right?
And I guess those are still around.
But you can't justify those two things. You can justify the necklace, you can justify the watch, you can't justify the unnecessary jewelry. So if a guy from Rochester, a man or a woman from Rochester, buys his $500,000 moon Rolex, you wouldn't go out of your way to try and talk to him?
No. Out of my way? No.
They're down the hall. They're in the green room.
Oh.
Oh, you douche. What a douche.
Go catch a
I
glimpse.
might stop by.
Okay.
Say hello, be cordial to people.
Well, maybe you don't have $500,000.
I do not.
Maybe you don't have enough money to afford things, period.
That's me.
Could lead to stealing, which, again, we know is in your background. Porch pirates are a problem.
Yeah.
And it seems like an unstoppable problem because even the technology designed to stop them
No.
isn't doing much. In fact, the only way to stop a porch pirate that swipes something off your front door with a camera is to recognize that porch pirate, which it seems happened in this story.
Really? That never happened.
Of all of the porches to pirates, we're going to do it next here in the break room on CMF. Porch Pirates, Tommy.
Get these bastards.
A pain in the ass of every resident of every greater Rochester area down. And it seems that even with security cameras, they're like borderline impossible to catch.
Yeah.
Unless you know who on your camera, unless you know who is caught on your camera personally. And let's keep that in mind while we tell you this story.
What happened?
Well, if all you had to do was not be recognized by the person you're allegedly stealing from, what were you doing here? You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, by the way, we got tickets to see comedian Jeff Dunham and his puppets. He's coming to the Blue Cross Arena March 20th. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. By the way, these tickets are fourth row tickets to see Jeff Dunham. And if it says fourth row here, I'm going to assume, Kimmy, that tomorrow we will have third row tickets to see Jeff Dunham.
Maybe.
And then the day after
closer
we'll
to
have
the puppet.
You'll be inhaling like fuzzies.
You can almost touch the puppet.
Don't touch a puppet. You'll get thrown.
I reached up and almost touched the face of the puppet.
If I were you and you want tickets to see Jeff Dunham, I would sit around just a little while longer.
People are insane fans for this dude.
Yeah, on account of the puppet.
I'm telling you, man.
That's what I'm saying.
He's got some of the highest rated comedy specials ever.
Well, but it's split, though, because he's got to share them with the puppet.
I know. There's a puppet tax.
We'll get you those tickets in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us, Tommy, from Nerd.
What happened in there?
A woman has been arrested for swiping a package off someone's front step.
Okay.
And that's not uncommon. We see it all the time.
Well, that's how they leave.
Yeah. What makes this story unique, please say this woman swiped that package from her neighbor's house.
But she just walked across the street?
We don't know what part of the neighborhood she was from.
Moseying around.
But please say she porch pirated her neighbor.
Bold move.
And this is Newark. It's a small community.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Now, we have no idea how this woman was identified if the allegations are true, but she is now being charged with petty larceny and has a court date coming up in November. Ring cameras and other companies like them have made a fortune selling us the idea that you can keep your packages safe with their product.
That's the ads you see on TV.
And it turns out it's wrong. We've talked on the show before. Studies have shown that cameras don't really stop folks from taking stuff off your front step. Because
You just don't want it left.
Exactly. And if you don't know that person, it's very hard to track them down. Remember, there was that one story in the city like a year ago where the person was missing fingers.
Oh, yeah.
Very identifiable. That person was never arrested. So the only way that these cameras would work is if you personally knew the person you saw swiping from your front step.
Yeah, you see their mug.
Yeah. So why the hell, if the allegations are true, would this woman rip off someone from down the street?
So she must have known what you were getting and she wanted it?
Or the only excuse I can give for somebody for doing that is they thought it was their package that got delivered to the wrong house. Because I know that's happened to me before where they switched my package and my neighbor's. So we did a little swap skis. But
it was a Polish swap.
Yeah.
But that would be the only reason I would think you could give an excuse for why you took something off your neighbor's porch.
Okay, but if that was the case, that would have been explained to the police department. They would have figured it out. And
I don't know, though. Is it still illegal to take it from there? I don't know.
I can't imagine if you were delivered something that was supposed to be at my house and my address was on it.
Well, but maybe it was theirs and she thought it was her. I don't know.
Okay, but then you would open it up and realize that's not your thing and be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Or you thought like if you did get pinched, like she'd cut you a break.
So put a pin in that. Because here's the thing. You don't even really need cameras to catch this woman. All it would take is another one of your neighbors, seeing them on your property, on your front step, whatever, or one of their security cameras catching you in the background.
Yeah, walking off with your package.
All right, so here's the question, as you just so eloquently asked.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's say you catch a neighbor swiping a package from your front step. Cold, busted on camera.
Yeah, gotcha.
Do you call the cops and let them handle it? Or do you confront them with the footage and ask for the package back without getting anyone else involved?
I mean, I would just try to get the package back and not call the cops.
So here's what's interesting about this with you.
What's that?
Now, if you listen to the break room, you know Tommy's a couple of things. On one hand, he doesn't want to call the cops for anything.
I don't like to bother him.
You don't want to bother him.
Those guys are busy.
For crime. But on the other hand, you hate confrontation. And not only that, he is, what is he again? I can't remember.
Oh, I believe that would be a known hider.
Known hider. And he doesn't like loud noises because when he hears loud noises...
His ears really hurt.
I like to think of myself as a Renaissance weakling.
But that's what's so interesting about this story.
What?
Is you will have to do one thing you absolutely despise no matter what road you choose. And I'm guessing, having known you for so long, and look, I could be wrong, because you're right, I asked you a question, give me an answer, that you would rather call the cops than be confronted with someone who stole something off your front step.
There's also one more option.
What's that?
I might just let it go.
Wait, you're going to let him steal the package?
Depending on what it was.
I may.
You soft-ass bitch!
Okay, but I guess to his point,
Weakling.
if you saw, let's say you saw them come and take it off your porch, depending on where you ordered it from, you can just say you never got it.
I actually just heard that you can order stuff, cancel on the way, and it's free. They just let you keep it.
Right.
But like, I guess if you say that it never showed up,
But sometimes they take a picture of it sitting on your porch.
do.
then you might be, you might
Not
be out of
always,
luck.
but sometimes you get
Yeah.
those really good delivery guys.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
if your neighbor gets busted on camera swiping your package,
Yeah.
you recognize that face, you know who they are. Are you calling the cops or are you confronting
Yeah,
them?
she's out of pork rinds.
Jokes on you, she's never out of pork rinds, man.
You never had a pork
might-
rind?
No, never out of.
Oh, sorry.
Turn up your hearing aids.
They are.
What?
Huh?
I guess it would depend on the neighbor, because like there's some neighbors where you're just like, I don't know what that guy's going on, and I don't want to mess with that.
Okay.
If it's a neighbor that I've had conversations with before, I may knock on their door just wondering like, hey, what's going on?
All right, and they
Hey,
go,
just came back
Like
for
it
the thing
would-
you stole.
Hey, did you by any chance find a package on my porch?
all right, so let's play a little break
I think I
room.
might go to the neighbor first, unless it's like somebody that I'm not really familiar with.
All right, let's do a little break
Yeah.
room theater, right? Because Kimmy seems to have it figured out here. She figures, all right, Kimmy, you be you.
Yeah.
I stole your
Yeah,
package.
yeah.
You knock on my door. You know I have it. You have me on camera. Go ahead.
Hey, I was waiting on a package.
Oh, yeah.
And I was just wondering, did you grab it for me just so nobody, so nobody stole it off my porch? Just making sure.
No, I haven't seen it. No.
Okay, goodbye, and then I'm gonna go call the cops.
So you are going to call the cops.
I mean, if it's an expensive item, yeah.
Hey, but most
If
of
it's
how many
something
times
I
you
need,
how much do
yeah.
you really order a super expensive stuff from Amazon?
Oh, there are people
Oh,
that
I
order
mean-
I know, but
expensive
on
stuff.
general, it's mostly crap.
On
I mean,
general.
people will
On
have like
general.
cell phones delivered. Like,
Cell
I mean,
phone?
yeah.
You go down to a store and get one of them.
Says old man. Going on a cell phone store so I could have walk me through it for 4 hours.
I saw you walk away with my floor wax.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the story out in Newark. According to police, a woman was arrested after she porch pirated her neighbor, swiped a package off of her neighbor's front porch. And we don't know how she was caught, but really, the only way that these security cameras work is if you recognize the person on camera. So if you're going to do this, the best way to do it is not go to anyone who will recognize you. But it seems, if the allegations are true, this woman did not get the memo. So there are benefits and drawbacks to both sides here.
What do you got?
Right? If you call the cops, that person will get the punishment they deserve,
Oh,
although
boy.
probably likes it's a petty larceny charge. But it will also make the neighborhood a super awkward
Oh,
place.
sure.
Oh yeah, sides will be taken.
And despite the fact that they did something wrong, you've probably made an enemy for life in that neighborhood.
Yeah, you've made it so
Oh
awkward.
yeah.
Yeah.
Even
For
though
sure.
you didn't do anything wrong.
Understood. But if you handle it yourself, yes, you can get your package back quickly if they come clean. You can keep it quiet for their sake and do them a massive favor, but there's no guarantee that even if they come clean, this won't lead to further escalation. Like, you know now what they're capable of. You're not going to trust them, right?
Yeah.
And if it gets out, even without you saying it, because somebody else saw what happened, well, it's going to look like you were running your mouth and being a dick, and they could blame you for, I thought we were cool. I think you've got to call the cops here. You have to.
What if it? So let's say it's not my neighbor,
Excuse me.
but my neighbor's kid
Ooh, that's
grabs
a tough
it.
one.
Like, and let's say he's like, and I'm talking like a teenager.
15-year-old kid.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's being a kid.
Sure.
I'm not calling a cop on that.
Neither am I. I'm going to the parents. I'm like, hey, listen, I know this is uncomfortable. I'm really
And
sorry.
I also don't want to light up a kid to his parents.
Oh, no, I'm doing that. No, for the sake of the kid. Look, I don't think the kid's a bad kid.
It's a kid being a kid.
Yeah, but like the kid does, you do have to correct that behavior.
I also don't want to do that.
No, you're not going to do it. You just tell the parents handle it.
I think I would let my wife handle it.
Oh my God, how are you such a bitch?
The only reason why my wife has raised children, she understands the temperament.
How to approach it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't understand you.
I mean, because you know when you always get that thing, as a mother.
Yep.
I know what she's going through, so I would let her do as a mother. Go over there and talk to the parents. I'm not qualified.
It is
man.
astonishing, and you're my boy, and I love you, and you know that.
I mean, that kid's got my cigar lighter.
It is astonishing what a pansy you are
I'm a super fan.
in every single aspect of your life.
Yeah, I hate doing stuff. I don't like to ruin other people's day.
Even if they ruined yours, though.
You're doing the kid a favor. Like, I know he's not going
Kid,
to
you're
realize
going to
it then.
appreciate this when you're not done getting into the electric chair at 25.
He will, right? You want to get into the Army? Can't have a record. Just saying.
I think you can.
Can they change that?
I think some guys go into a record.
Yeah, but not for stealing lighters.
They
That's
did
bad
the
one.
Dirty Dozen. Those guys all had records.
Kibby doesn't know what that is.
I know. I don't want to even start.
She's not a Jim Brown fan.
Which is, you know, Jim Brown is.
Yes. The football player.
Yeah, okay.
No, the actor in the Dirty Dozen. 252 WCMF 252.
Wait, that was Jim Brown?
Let's talk to Victor. Hey, Victor, how are
I
you,
thought that was
buddy?
James Brown.
Good morning. I had a porch fire at my own stuff twice.
What?
Well, because we moved, and so I sent AirPods to my old address,
Oh.
and I was able to get there in time, and it was still on the porch.
Okay,
So you
wait
had
a
to
minute.
walk on your former property to get your stuff.
Yes.
Did they have cameras?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Oh, what are you
I did not get
thinking?
it
You
right.
can't just. I mean, you could have
Yeah.
just waited till it was gone, knocked on the door, and been like, "Hey, listen, this got delivered."
Yeah, 'cause he's not doing anything wrong here.
Well, no, he is doing something wrong.
No, I mean, he
Oh, the
could,
other
like,
people.
legitimately
Gotcha.
go up to the guy.
It's my stuff. Why can't I grab it off their porch? But the second time.
Well, hold on,
it
time
happened,
out, time
they
out from
still-
that. There's an answer to that because it's not your property anymore, Victor. It's someone else's property.
Possession's 9/10. But the second time it happened, because I still didn't change the address like a jackass, and that's all on me, I went there and it wasn't on the porch. So I had to circle the house, and she came out and goes, can I help you? I go, do you have my Apple Watch?
Wait, did you walk around the
Wait,
property?
instead of just knocking on the door?
Yeah.
No, wait, you walked
Yeah.
around the property.
Yes, I circled the front end of the house, correct.
Victor, how did that sound when you heard it back in your ear just now?
It sounds horrible to say.
Okay.
So she hands me the watch, and the package was open. She had looked to see what was inside.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can't blame
why
her.
wouldn't you? Yeah.
Well, it did have his name
It's
on
not
it.
addressed to her. It doesn't make any sense.
It's not addressed to her. It says, "Man, walking on her
Yeah.
property."
So you didn't have like you know how sometimes when you sell your home like
Signature
maybe
confirmation?
you have like that person's number or email address just in case that stuff happens. Like, did you have any contact information for those new people or not at all? So you had to
No,
go-
I don't. When you sell a house, it's the least personal thing you can do. I sell an Xbox, and I know the person. I sell a house, I have no idea who I sell it to.
Yeah, that's why he's got to walk around the property, see what's going on inside the windows.
I was able to check out my backyard, see how things were going. It wasn't
Not your
that bad.
backyard, Victor. Their backyard now. Their backyard.
That's right.
Thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. What a psycho.
That is
Yeah,
weird,
I'd-
man.
I'd be
You
creeped
walk
out.
around the property.
I also love how he's the one like standing on his
Yeah.
business. Yeah, of course I walked around their house.
Yeah, I put these bushes in.
I do it. They got a package. They opened up the package. By the way, I know it's against the law to open up a letter in the mailbox from the post office that has someone else's name. That's a federal
That's in
offense.
your mailbox. Yeah.
Amazon isn't covered by that, is it?
I don't know because they're not the U.S. Post Office.
They're not federal,
No.
right? So if
They're
something shows up,
Amazon. I don't know.
is that?
But sometimes I get stuff delivered from Amazon by the post.
I never
office.
look for the name. I just assume it's mine when I open up a
Yeah,
package.
but that's everything you've ever done in your life. This is mine now. No, this is mine. Oh, is that a house in Pittsburgh? This is mine now.
I hear 9/10 of the law, man.
You doing a radio show, Weez? This is mine now. Let's take a break. Tommy,
Yeah. Well,
Walmart has stepped up, and they're making this easy for everybody again come Thanksgiving. You don't have to worry about working if you work at Walmart.
oh, great.
And because Walmart does this, now everybody falls in line. And this is a
Yeah.
really good thing to allow people to spend time with their families until someone decides to change it. And
Okay.
We'll get to it next here in the break room. But first, we got a pair of fourth row tickets to see comedian Jeff Dunham and his puppet friends. Coming to the Blue Cross Arena March 20th. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Fourth row.
That's so close.
And again, to be clear, this is Jeff Dunham and the puppets. It's
Yeah.
not one or the other. You get both of them.
You're going to get it all.
In this show, 252 WCMF, tickets to Jeff Dunham. We'll take the 8th caller. Best of luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. This is good for families, but mark my words.
Yeah, what?
There's only like a couple more years where this is going to fly.
Really?
And we'll get into it next here on CMF. Buy whatever you want, whenever you want, wherever you want.
Well, this is great.
I mean, it's pretty amazing when you think about it.
It's America.
But if you want that thing in your hand in that moment, well, things get more limited. And there's going to be a very important shopping day where, once again, you'll have to make sure you have everything you need the day before. And it should stay this way forever.
Yeah.
That is, until someone decides we're going to go back to the way it was.
So what's happening?
You're hanging out in the break room. I'm sorry, I just really drank a bunch of Coca-Cola, not knowing we were going back on the air, and I feel like I got a burp, but it's not coming. You ever have those, like, it's like a burp
stuck in your throat.
It's a burp in the chamber, but it just ain't coming out. Just after 9 o'clock, about half an hour from now, it's Tuesday. You know what that means?
Where are we burping? In the hood.
Here soon, hopefully, because this is painful. Where are they whining? Coming up just after 9 o'clock. We're getting back on track. It's been chaos the last 2 weeks. We got to take this seriously, guys.
Come on.
All right. After 9 o'clock, set your phone alarms. We'll see you here back where they whining here in the break room on CMF. Over the weekend, Walmart announced that once again this year, they will be closed on Thanksgiving.
Oh, wow.
So it marks the 5th straight year they will not be opening for the holiday. And initially they did this, on account of the pandemic.
Right.
And based on pressure from the public who did not understand why these employees, and if I'm not mistaken, Walmart is the largest employer in America.
I think so.
Why they had to work on the ultimate family holiday. So after Walmart made the move, Tommy, other national stores followed. Target, Costco, all these among other, pledged to shut down on Thanksgiving, and they also will be once again closed this year. Is that the right move, Tommy?
Let's let these families have a break. Because you and I, the three of us worked retail.
Yes.
And it sucks.
Yeah, it does.
And that time of the year is just misery. And getting that day off is the way to go.
So you're saying it's the right thing to do?
Oh, yeah.
Kimmy, is this the right thing to do?
I think so.
Just for your employees' sanity.
Yeah.
So from a human aspect, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But is it the right thing to do from a business aspect?
Well, I mean, probably not because you ain't open. And
Okay.
so, if you run short, somebody's going to get your business.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How you feel about this most likely all depends on what kind of person you are on Thanksgiving. Because if your shopping is done and you have exactly what you need, this doesn't affect you at all. If you're a last-minute person or a forgetful person, this sucks hard.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not mistaken, Wegmans still opens the morning of Thanksgiving.
And then they close early,
like
right?
6 o'clock or something like that.
No, I think they close at like 2 or 3.
Because there's certain things, if you're having people, you got to buy that day.
Give me an example.
Well, like a lot of the fresh stuff, you're probably not going to buy the day
you go
before.
out the day of.
What a dick. You sit here and it's important for the families. And, you're working in retail. You want to have family
I know.
And then you go to Wegmans the morning of Thanksgiving.
But I want fresh rolls for dinner.
You're kidding me.
Wait, with the rolls of all things? You couldn't get them the night before.
No, they get stale. And you want them fresh that day. If you're doing salads and stuff like that and vegetables, you're probably going to want it that day.
Do you hear yourself?
I'm not coming over to your house for your day-old bread and milk club. You busted ass. I want fresh.
Why are you yelling at me? You're the one that started with the whole family retail thing, you bitch. Who are you? You literally just did a 180.
I am one of those people that it still shops day of.
You're such a dick.
Because I'll go out for coffee in the morning.
Wait, you're getting coffee too?
Oh, yeah.
Those people are also working on Thanksgiving.
No, I'll hit Dunkin'.
Yes, also open on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and I will go to Wegmans and get all, because my wife will give me a list of stuff she wants that day when we used to do it.
Yeah.
No,
But you wouldn't be willing
hold on,
to,
stop.
like-
I'm
Okay,
sorry. I'm
all
sorry. Just to point out, after what you just said,
Yes, I understand.
after what you just
Yeah,
said, not
I
only are
know.
you going to Wegmans, you're going to multiple businesses that are forcing people to work on Thanksgiving.
Well, I also feel bad if they did come to work and they bake the bread and then it goes to waste. What was the point? I try to play both sides.
You're not good at it.
I feels you.
But you wouldn't be willing
No, get my rolls.
to sacrifice potentially, like, not the freshest of fresh rolls so somebody could have the day off.
Go day old.
Yeah.
No,
Like,
it would
if it just meant, like, me buying stuff a day ahead of time.
I'm coming over to your house
or
for
even
wilted
a night
lettuce
ahead
and
of time.
day old bread.
If it meant that somebody got to have the day off, I would do it.
Day old bread, they will chop you. They would have chopped your head off in France immediately. You're bitching about day old bread?
Do I get the bread first?
Yes, you can have your bread now off with your head.
I like coffees. You get your routine.
You
Especially back in
order-
the day.
You order Italian coffee. You order imported coffee that you keep at your house.
Yeah, you can make it. You have a big fancy machine.
No, but it's not the same.
But you can sacrifice, again, it's one day. It's one day where you don't get your regular coffee in the morning.
I don't.
Well, what am I giving thanks for then? If I can't get my coffee and my fresh bread, what's the point?
It's
Everybody at your house.
It's hard to be you, man. I feel you. Living at your wife's house with Italian imported coffee.
And by the way, it's her list.
Okay. By the way, if you have day-old bread, if you just pop in the oven and warm it up, it's not stale anymore.
It ain't the same,
It is.
man.
It's better.
I like a nice warm bun in my hand.
You don't eat carbs.
Well,
if I was gonna.
If I'm serving people, I like fresh.
Okay. So here's the thing. With the news that Walmart will be once again closed on Thanksgiving, which caused the domino effect of Target and Costco and Aldi to announce the same thing. Walmart making this change and setting the tone for the national retailers, it'll stay this way.
Yeah.
That is until someone decides to change it.
You know it's coming.
As soon as someone like Target or Costco or BJ's or whomever decides they're going to open on Thanksgiving again, it's all over.
Yeah, they're going to crack.
Exactly. As one domino toppled the closing, the other domino that goes the other way will topple the opening. They don't want to lose the money, and they will get to point at the store who made the decision first to be like, well, they did it first, so we have to get open. And they're just jonesing to do it.
Of course they are.
These companies are just jonesing to reopen on Thanksgiving.
They ain't built to close.
I mean, it was just 6 or 7 years ago that people would finish their Thanksgiving dinner at 3 or 4.
Oh, yeah.
And then get in line for the Thanksgiving pre-Black Friday
Bro,
doorbusters.
it was a sport.
Yeah.
It was like the hunt was on.
And most national retailers participated in it. And that's what might be so weird about Thanksgiving as a holiday.
What?
It's a major family holiday nationally. For like 2 to 4 hours.
Yeah.
Christmas Day is all day. Easter is all day.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving, as soon as that meal is over, we are immediately looking for other stuff to do to get away from our families. And there's football, which is great.
Yep.
But for those who don't want to watch the game, there was always shopping.
Retail therapy.
And I also be curious, because, again, it's been different the last couple of years, right? The NFL took advantage of it, added that third Thanksgiving Day game because they knew people would be sitting at home. But if next Thanksgiving Walmart decides we're staying open and we're going to do the sales we used to do, would they get the same numbers as they got before they shut it down on Thanksgiving?
Well, I guess you're kind of just spreading it out, right? Because they're going to come shop. It's just when, right?
Well, I don't know. Maybe people don't have the next day to go do it.
Oh, yeah, that's true,
I
too.
don't know. And the NFL also, that also might be a thing that Black Friday shopping is getting lower because the NFL added that Black Friday game.
And I think, too, you got an extra set of hands to help you on Thanksgiving Day. There's people in the house
Yeah, you
that'll
got
help
extra people. Yeah, you're right. I mean,
it'll be bad. I'm telling you, they're going to go back.
Okay, you can't sit here and say, lament that they're going to go back because
These
you're going to.
These bastards want their rolls, and they want their coffee, and they want their Xbox.
Yeah, those jerks, right?
Here they come.
I will say this, 252 WCMF, as we talk about Walmart once again announcing they will be closed on Thanksgiving, which caused the topple for all the other stores. With Wegmans being open till 2 or 3, I worked in the prepared food section of Wegmans.
Yeah, it's never been the same.
I didn't hate working on Thanksgiving.
Really?
Well, because I would get out of there by 2. I could then go to dinner.
Yeah.
It was always slammed in the morning, which made time go fast.
But everybody's also, pushy.
Yeah.
Well,
the reason I always had to work that day when I was there was because the prepared food section makes fully prepared Thanksgiving
you
dinners.
can get the whole shebang.
And, to get one, you have to order it in advance.
Right.
And every year, there would be someone that would show up at, 2 and would be like, I would like the full Thanksgiving dinner, please.
Yeah, cook it for me now, please.
Yes. And
we have Insta turkey in the back.
They would get furious,
Right.
Tommy, furious when I'm like, no, you can't.
Yeah, you can come back on Thursday next week.
Yes, that was the only thing that sucked about it. But, I remember getting paid a little bit extra for working on the holiday, right? Time moved fast. It was less time I had to spend with my family. I didn't hate it.
So when I worked in the meat department, the big thing was when the turkeys came in, the frozen turkeys and the fresh ones, you had to weigh them. And somebody had to stand in a cooler all day just weighing thousands of these turkeys. That's all you did all day. And I had this one boss when I was a kid working in the meat department. He was a total crook. So what he would do is he would put an extra 1 pound weight on the scale.
Geez.
So he was making a pound profit off of every turkey he sold. And he made you do it. He was such a criminal.
But that wasn't going in his back pocket. That was going in the store.
But he made his department look good. That he was making all this
right.
profit and stuff. It was so bad. And I'm like, hey, Thanksgiving. Thank you for coming here. We're also ripping you off, man.
You don't know if I missed this because I was on the phone, but the other thing that sucks about working those types of holidays and stuff is it seems like, in general, people are even worse to employees.
Tommy was saying,
yeah.
And how about when you get home, everybody's already at Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
You're coming in work clothes. You're beat. You've been listening to this crap for hours. and then you got to play nice with your family. It sucks.
Yeah, you don't even really get to relax when you get back.
It's the last thing I want to do after a day of work.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Rammer. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. So, you probably got a sub made by my daughter or my son at Marticello's. But
yeah.
Tommy, not for nothing. Have you not heard of what a freezer does? Because although I don't disagree with the bakeries if they decide to be open till maybe, 10 o'clock, 8 to 10 a.m. and, but the other people still got to come in and bake it at 2 in the morning.
Mm.
Okay. And as soon as it comes out of the oven and goes in the bag, it's basically day old. If you buy
that
it the
day
night,
old.
listen, if you, and again, this is coming from people that worked at a bakery.
Yeah.
You buy the rolls at night and you put them in the freezer and take them out the next morning, you're not going to know the difference between if you had picked them up that morning or if you had picked them up, the night before.
Yeah, but he doesn't get to be a busybody and feel like he accomplished something if he sits at home all day.
Or go in and bother all the other people that really don't want to be there. You know what stores don't need to be open? You don't need Target open. You don't need Ulta. You don't need the Dollar Tree. All these other department stores that are just selling, crap, opening up at 4 or 5 in the morning. But the only store that really is okay to be open is your local bakery. Otherwise Walmart. Who buys rolls at Walmart anyhow?
Well, a lot of people. I would guess that Walmart probably sells the most rolls in America.
Yeah. Listen, if I'm getting the cookies, I'm going to Savoya's, and I really miss Marticello's.
I'm with you. Hey, man. I'm with you. Hey, great call, Rammer. Thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. Who buys rolls at Walmart except
everybody?
The majority of Americans.
I'm still trying to figure out what a freezer does. I was Googling.
No, but to Rammer's point, right, there are businesses that make their nut on things.
Yes.
Right, bakeries are one of those places, right? So, yeah, I get it. It sucks. But most of those bakeries are family bakeries anyway, so you know what you're getting into, right?
True.
If
you got to support the family.
No, but if you're making minimum wage or close to minimum wage at a grocery store, you shouldn't have to deal with the public on this day.
But, I also don't want to cut back on, firing people.
Why would they fire someone?
Well, because they're not open as much. They don't need as many people.
One day.
People start scaling. It takes, it could hurt the bottom line, buddy.
Well, what about fruit on Thanksgiving? How do you feel about that?
Well, I like fresh fruit.
Okay. Well, I got some exciting news, buddy.
What's going on in the fruit biz?
You think you know every fruit, right?
I think I've tasted
Wrong! Because Cornell is about to drop some hot new fruit.
So did they make
capital of fruit?
They did like a hybrid?
I don't know what this is, but it's funny because
did they come up with the Honeycrisp apple? If I'm not mistaken.
Are we really
maybe.
nerding out on apples over here?
That is the best apple you can get.
Yeah.
This is almost 10 years in the making, and it's funny how Cornell announces this like it's a new album.
Okay.
We'll tell you.
They're going to drop their new fruit.
You got it. Next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There's a new fruit dropping, baby.
Ooh, what we getting?
Just when you think you've put every kind of fruit in your mouth, you're wrong.
I'm a big fruit guy, buddy.
Cornell University is about to hook you up. That is, if you're into this type of fruit.
So this is college fruit. Okay. This is like Ivy League fruit.
That's exactly what it is. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We're just a couple minutes away from everyone's favorite Tuesday game. We're going to get back on track.
Right.
We're going to take it seriously. We're going to do Where They Whining. Happens just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Earlier this week, researchers at Cornell University announced there will be 2 new raspberry varieties on stores next year.
So, like a raspberry, just a berry.
Just the berry, the actual raspberry.
So what do they do to it?
So the 2 new types are called Crimson Beauty and Crimson Blush. These are almost a decade in the making. The seeds were created in 2016. The first varieties were grown in 2017. They have been testing them with local growers here in the state, and they've gotten, quote, positive feedback.
Ooh.
Although they don't tell us what the difference between the standard raspberry or what these raspberries are.
What it's going to taste like?
Yeah, we don't know. You're going to have to go try yourself next year when these hit stores.
Oh, well then, why would I be? I guess if I came across this at the store, I'm like, what would push me to buy the new raspberries when I enjoy the old raspberries?
Yeah, they didn't
cross
cross it with something else and create like a new fruit.
Oh, Rapple?
Oh.
I want to know like why it's different, what it tastes like. Why should I buy the new one?
Okay, it's a great question.
Sell me on these new raspberries.
It's a great question. Let me turn my chair to a gentleman here.
Yeah.
Tommy, you like pineapple, right?
Yes.
Why did you try the pink pineapple?
Because they said it was really good.
So there you go.
Who's they?
The pineapple people.
Big pineapple?
Good people in Hawaii.
So I guess they're just relying on enough people being curious enough about it to give it a try.
I mean, you're not curious enough to buy one.
I love raspberries.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's
like, I
weird.
love like a standard raspberry. I don't know if
That's
I'm.
also.
How is it weird that I like raspberries?
It's weird to just eat straight up raspberries.
Oh, how else would you eat them? Like,
Put them in like pie or something.
No, but I put them in my yogurt. I have them with my almonds.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What, am I talking to a woman in the 1980s doing a Jane Fonda workout tape?
No, but like I get the yogurt. I put the fresh raspberries in it. And I put the
I'm with you.
I put the raw almonds in there,
100%.
and then I mix it and I eat it. It's really good.
Yeah.
Raspberries are like the candy of fruit.
Sure.
Yeah, like blackberries and raspberries are delicious.
Raspberries are the candy of fruit. All fruit is the candy of
No,
fruit.
raspberries.
So you don't
specifically.
eat like that kind of fruit, like strawberries and blueberries?
All
and
right, so
stuff?
like my wife is in charge of my fruit sale in the morning. Yeah, I said it.
Okay, Mike.
in charge.
My wife insisted. I told you I was making myself eggs forever for breakfast, and she told me no more because
You have a
she was
heart attack.
That's what she was afraid of. Even though every 2 weeks it's different about eggs. So she started making me fruit salad. So normally I just want watermelon. I love watermelon. But every once in a while, she'll make me like an actual fruit salad. And sometimes there's raspberries in there, but I don't like eating plain raspberries.
Oh, that's weird.
I mean,
So
I'll
what
eat
kind
them, I
of
don't love it.
fruit do you eat in your fruit salad?
Watermelon, grapes.
All right, it's pretty
about it.
standard.
It's what I like.
Strawberry?
I'll eat a strawberry. I don't love strawberry. I'll eat it.
Well, a lot of people are allergic. I understand that.
No, I'm not allergic. I don't love strawberry. Like, I wouldn't sit around. If there was like a bucket of strawberries here, I wouldn't.
Oh my
You're
God, they're
crazy.
delicious.
I know.
Yeah.
It's like the best kind of fruit.
How did you lose
What are you
weight?
talking about? I ate
Watermelon.
watermelon and grapes and bananas.
All right.
That's a weird
Yeah,
combination.
it really is.
Why is that weird?
Well, you know
Watermelon,
what?
grapes, and bananas.
Very tropical, and then
Yeah, but I also
do the
understand
grapes for
too.
a
Like
hometown.
you were never exposed to fruit until you met your wife.
No, that's a real thing. We did not. I don't remember ever having fruits and vegetables. In
So
my
you
house.
should now expand your palate on the fruit.
I've tried. I don't like it. What do you want from me?
Well, you gotta give it a chance.
I gotta force myself to eat raspberries until I like raspberries.
I can imagine spitting out a raspberry.
I don't spit it out. I'll eat it. It's
By
just
the way,
like.
they're a fortune.
Well, imagine how expensive these are going to be. 10 years in the making raspberries.
Yeah.
So, like, I am curious with Cornell creating these 2 new types of raspberries, Crimson Beauty and Crimson Blush, which will be available on store shelves next year. Is it all trial and error? Like, you just start mixing stuff together and hope it tastes good?
And why? You know what I mean? Like, is there a purpose? Is there like environmental purpose for creating a new type of raspberry? Is this just like a hey, let's see what tastes better kind of thing?
Could be that. I mean, they are an agricultural Ivy League school.
Right. This is how
Yeah.
they come up with new items.
Yeah.
I just was wondering like why mess with the raspberry.
Well, you took a shot in the dark and said that Cornell invented the Honeycrisp apple.
Yeah, they didn't. But they did.
But somebody
Hey, I
had to
looked
figure
it up.
out how to grow like seedless watermelons and
Yeah,
blood
they
oranges.
figured out a way
I
to,
mean,
like-
they had to do all that stuff.
Wait, blood oranges aren't like a natural thing?
I thought they were done in like they crossbred like
Blood and oranges? They took oranges
Two
and they
different
dropped blood.
Yeah,
types
yeah,
of
Dracula's house. Dracula had a house, in Sarasota, in the off season.
Which is weird because it's so sunny there.
I
You know?
want to suck your orange. No, they're very good.
Boo.
What boo?
You know
No,
what, boo.
look at seedless cucumbers.
They have seedless cucumbers?
Yeah. Ask your mom. I started coming out of BJ's with a pallet. Don't even like salad.
I don't even know why the seeds would matter if we're going to go down that road. The seeds wouldn't matter. They're encased in the cucumber. Like, doesn't even make sense.
She likes a smooth ride.
Shut up. They're inside. Shut up. Shut up. Can I ask a stupid question, potentially? Yeah. All right, so you brought up they like bread, watermelon, and cucumbers to be seedless. How do you get more of those?
That I don't know.
No, that's a serious question.
Yeah. Where do you grow the seeds to get the seedless?
Yeah, because like I eat seedless watermelon every morning. How do you get more seedless watermelon? They don't have seeds.
I guess they had to go back to the process.
Well, no, that doesn't make any. Go back to the process. What does that even mean?
I don't know.
Where do the seeds come from of a seed?
It probably comes from watermelons with seeds.
No, but then those would be seeded watermelon.
Okay,
like I'm glad you made us sound dumber. Thank you.
Because you got a big fat seedless melon.
Yeah.
And you're going to make more of them.
Yeah.
But you need seeds.
Yeah.
Where do them seeds go? And how come they ain't in this melon?
That's what I'm asking.
Well,
that's why you got to go to
watermelon. Does it develop seeds? But you pick it.
No,
before
you cut the watermelon.
Before the seeds.
Before they develop,
maybe?
before they mature.
I have no idea.
Kimmy, can you Google where we get seeds for seedless watermelons? How would we not know?
And cucumbers too, man.
Well, it would probably be the same process.
No, but those cucumbers are big, man. They're like that big.
You know, you're talking a lot about giant seedless cucumbers.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, like I was gonna let it go. But like, you keep bringing it back around again. I just don't understand. Do you eat cucumbers a lot?
No. But occasionally I get them in salads and stuff.
Okay.
I'm not anti-cuke.
I also don't get the cucumber either. Hey, you want to taste nothing? Try a cucumber.
Well, they kind of add a little something to a salad.
No, they don't.
Again, how did you lose weight?
It's like, hey, you like crunchy air? Try a cucumber. My father-in-law, he's off the island Jamaican.
Do they eat a lot of cucumber?
I don't know if they eat it there, but he loves cucumbers. He will make what's called cucumber water. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, they sell it at Wegmans sometimes. It's just like sliced cucumbers sitting in water.
Yeah,
right?
and like even though cucumbers taste like nothing, it somehow makes the water taste worse.
Well, it makes it taste like a lettuce or something.
Makes it taste like a lettuce. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, he's paid to talk. Makes it taste like a lettuce.
It tastes like a lettuce.
Tommy Tata. Wookin' Panub. Tommy Muley. Kimmy, where do we get seeds for seedless watermelon?
This is going to confuse you even
more.
more.
Here we go.
So it has to do with the number of chromosomes in the watermelon. So you cross watermelon lines to produce plants that have an odd number of chromosomes. Because the odd number of chromosomes, plants are sterile and do not produce mature seeds.
So how do we get the seeds then?
Because you're crossing it with a watermelon that does have seeds. So it's a hybrid watermelon.
So how do we get more of them?
We don't
because
know.
they can grow with, I guess, watermelons that have seeds.
How do you know which ones have seeds and don't have seeds?
Well, that's why you got to ask.
Question.
That's Cornell, man.
Who knew?
It just says the trick is that they cross two watermelons that are genetically different enough, resulting in the hybrid plant that is sterile. Your guess is as good as mine.
Not to sound like Willie Nelson, but I don't think we give farmers enough credit for what they do.
I know.
Because it's straight up science,
man.
Yeah,
sure it is.
And I'm not talking like my wife who was like growing stuff in the backyard.
No, but it's like, yeah.
Like, I mean,
it's pretty technical.
Seriously, right? Like, I mean, there's this idea of like people that do that kind of work where it's just like, oh, they do it because they're big and strong. And no, you got to know
your crap.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's science and math. And I'm not smart enough to even figure out where this watermelons come from.
I still don't get it.
Well, yeah, we know you don't get it. We're talking melons.
I love how you said researching it.
I am.
You just Googled it.
No, I know, but there's a lot
combing over encyclopedias. Hold on, get Cornell on the phone. Hi, it's Kimmy. Yes, Kimmy from the break.
Pretty much the same thing.
Put me through. All right, so if you would like your shot at these brand new raspberries that Cornell is dropping, next year they will be on store shelves. And
I gotta check them out. They're not too pricey.
Yeah, man. You bought a $13 pineapple
once. I never heard the end of it.
Yeah, because you bought a $13 pineapple on Thanksgiving. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We have gone astray the last 2 weeks. Now, granted, we found a winner last week. It didn't prevent the chaos from ensuing.
Oh, yeah, 4-Pete.
4-Pete.
Yep, 4-Pete.
Record holding 4-Pete. Yeah.
But in that discussion, we had 3 people disqualify themselves. 2 women, the first one out of the gate, and a woman who picked a town right after the person picked that town. Another woman picked Saratoga Springs.
Yeah, come on, ladies.
Saratoga Springs.
Yeah. Somebody step up here.
Kimmy is becoming ashamed of her
gender.
we
do have a few ladies on the board with the star.
Yeah, but I don't.
We got like 3 or 4.
All right. And the week before that, we had to do it on Thursday on account of Monday Night Football ruining Tuesday there, right? So maybe it was the week of Thursday that threw off last week, too. Maybe it was too close together. We've had a full week. Time to recharge, focus, study.
Let's do this.
If you want to guarantee getting on, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Call us right now. We do Where They Whine, and we do it next here in the break room on CMF. Guys, we got to take this seriously.
I am. I'm ready to go.
This is sanctioned by the International Committee of Whining and Where It Is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we don't take this job lightly.
No, we don't.
Right? So the last couple of weeks with the embarrassment that you listeners have put everybody through, you should be all ashamed of yourself. Right? This week we change it.
Let's do it.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. It's Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock. I already screwed it up. Let's go home. It's Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for everyone's favorite break room game, Where They Whinin', and we'll explain it in just a second if you're new to us. But before we get there,
what you got?
You can listen to Where They Whinin', or you can watch three people scream at each other live on your phone or computer screen.
How do I do that?
Yeah, I guess you're right. It is 3.
Yeah. Well, you're here just being a jerk.
Yeah, but sometimes I get screamed at.
Yeah, okay, that too.
I have to implement the rules, so I understand. I'm not always everybody's favorite. I get
here.
booed when I
What
step
is
up to
this?
the podium.
Heavy as the head.
Are you comparing yourself to Roger Goodell?
Maybe.
Okay. WCMF, WCMF.com, the Odyssey app, YouTube or Twitch. On YouTube and Twitch, The Break Room, WCMF. If you want to watch the live stream, which is brought to you by Three Heads Brewing, you can check out their new Caramel Apple Amber Ale.
That's a lot. That's just one beer?
Yeah, that's right. It's made right here with New York State apples and malted barley, and it tastes like fall in a glass.
Nice.
So go see our good buddies over at Three Heads Brewing with your friends from 96.5 WCMF. All right, here's how it works. I'm going to give the rules again just so everybody understands so we don't have chaos factor
No confusion.
again. All right, here we go. Kimmy's got a post on the neighborhood apps that you guys have been sending her. It's like Facebook for where you live. She removes street names. She removes town references. She then reads those posts out loud.
Okay.
And because there are little clues in there,
yeah.
and you and me and everyone that can hear us, we know every stereotype about every town, village, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area. We're going to figure out where they whine it. But there's one very important thing.
So what do I have to do?
You have to listen.
Always listen.
And
you have to listen.
Do not listen to Tommy because he's so stupid. He just makes things up in his head that he's convinced are real. And then people listen to that instead of listening to Kimmy's post. And then everything goes haywire.
I had 3 stars. 3 stars.
I have 3 stars.
The most ever achieved in the break room. In the break room. 3 stars. How many stars you got? Ooh.
You go first.
Was that what it is?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. You get to go first. You get the first pick.
I didn't establish this game.
No, and then we changed it, and you became like such a crying bitch that we had to switch back.
I never said a word.
You're like being held hostage by a 3-year-old. All right. We got folks sitting on hold. Kimmy, are we ready to do this thing?
I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Right.
Rockport! Greece! Fairport! Where they whining?
Need some advice on what to do about my current kitchen renovation.
Shut up!
My contractor is about halfway done, and I'm absolutely hating it. He continues to give unwanted advice and sort of just does what he wants or what he thinks is best. I don't always agree, but I try to trust his advice because he's the expert. Well, it's starting to look like maybe he doesn't know what he's doing. My style is more modern, and he turns down all my ideas, telling me they won't work in my home. Then he substitutes those ideas for more dated finishes. He deflects when he doesn't know what I'm talking about. Like, really, who doesn't know what a farmhouse sink is?
Oh.
This guy, apparently. I don't want to throw him under the bus and name him. He's a nice person. But it's clear we made a huge mistake, and he is in over his head. He might be good for a small job, but not an entire kitchen reno.
Okay, this person's a douche.
We took the advice of a family member.
Reno.
We took the advice of a family member and hired a friend of that's on us. That being said, I think it's time to part ways with this individual before he implements more of his style and ideas. So please leave your recommendations below. Links to examples of their past work are now a requirement at this point.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, there's a lot there.
There's a lot there, but it's all in one area.
Oh, is it?
Oh, you know that, man.
What are you hearing?
I'm hearing a lot of high-end sink talk.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Are you?
A farmer's sink?
Interesting. Farmhouse sink, not a
No,
farmer's
it's
sink.
called a farmer's sink.
Well, this person said farmhouse sink.
What's a farmer's sink look like?
So it's an under-the-counter sink.
Shut up,
completely.
you douchebag. Speaking
And
of
then it
douche.
extends out from the cabinet.
Okay, I don't care.
All right.
I know because I bought one.
No, you didn't buy one. You stood there while your wife bought one.
Yeah, you agreed.
Yeah, okay. No, he didn't. He stood there while his wife bought one.
So this is a sink douche. This is a remodeled douche.
Okay.
It's a lady, obviously. So this is a female.
Mm-hmm.
It's high-end.
Okay.
She's dropping big bank, and she wants it her way.
Well,
Which
yeah,
is
'cause
completely,
it's her thing.
Hey, I get it, man. I get it. But this is East Side all the way.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah.
So where?
I have an idea.
Oh, do you?
I have
Well, are you gonna say it?
I have two.
Oh, you got two?
I got two, but you can only pick one.
I'm gonna go with Brighton.
Brighton?
Yeah.
Why Brighton?
I just the feel I got. A lot of remodels going on over there. When I drive through Brighton, there is a ton of remodeling going on right now in that area.
No, Kimmy, one of my favorite parts of the town of Brighton are the farms. Like the farmhomes in Brighton.
Do you know what a farm sink is?
No, it said farmhouse.
Yeah,
you know,
farmhouse sink.
But that's a sink.
Farm
It has nothing to do with an actual farm.
Okay, I understand.
He doesn't know.
I understand. Are you seriously going to he doesn't know about the farmhouse?
Oh, excuse me. Houses are full of Japanese appliances.
But the farmhouse sink.
They don't have Japanese farm sinks.
No, that's a true story. I have appliances because we bought our house from a Japanese family. They don't have English on them, and I don't know how they work, and we can never get them fixed.
I have a farm sink. It's just a standard name for a sink.
Take farm out of it. There was one very valuable thing that you seem to not listen to at the end of that post. No, here's the thing, because he listens for 20 seconds and he's gone. He's out in space. He's looking for his moon Rolex.
Kimmy, what do you think they're washing steer balls in that thing?
Kimmy, it clearly says in there that they used a family member's recommendation, someone that they knew.
Yes, we took the advice of a family member and hired a friend of theirs to do the job.
People on the east side don't do that. They do not. No, you'll take recommendations. You won't hire friends of family. That is a purely West Side thing.
Because you're going Italian. No, you go right. You're thinking
I'm not going
Italian.
I didn't say Italian because this town is not known for Italians, but it is West Side. I'm going back to back. I'm going back to back because I was so close last week.
You're screwing up, buddy.
They whining in Hilton. It's West Side enough to take the recommendations.
You're getting hung up on that goddamn sink.
I will admit, I got stuck on the farm sink.
Farm sinking is the life for me. All right.
That being said, no East Sider would take the recommendation of we know these people personally.
You think like there's no family connections on the East Side?
No, you guys don't have families. You eat each other's young. Am I wrong? Nobody spoke up?
All right, I'm sticking with my Brighton roots.
Yeah, no, you can't change it. And you, by the way, you're not confident because you said you had two towns. Yeah. So it's just a matter of time before you disqualify yourself. We'll wait for that.
What do you mean?
Stupid dumbass. You're back into it by accident.
No.
Now, keep in mind, Kimmy, you said that if somebody calls and picks his other town, if he says that's the other one I like, that's a disqualification.
Yep. So be careful what you say.
But I had to say that.
Or something close.
Well, yeah, like you can't say, oh, that's a good, or you can't say that's a winner.
No, I won't.
Or that's my other pick.
All right, I won't.
Okay.
Or imply that.
All right.
There was one rule and one rule only. As we are getting at here, you get one town. You pick one town.
Yeah.
If you're sitting on hold and you hear someone else say your town before, you got two options. Hang up the phone, try again next week. We won't be mad at you. Or pick another town.
All right.
If we pick up the phone and you say, I was going to go, but then I went, you have been disqualified, and the commissioner has all final calls. Are we ready?
Yeah.
All right. Women have been disappointing us the last couple of weeks, but I want to give them another shot.
All right, the ladies.
So we're going to start with a lady pick, 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Cassandra. Cassandra, where are they whining?
Brockport.
Brockport. Why Brockport?
I don't know. Just pick Brockport.
Okay, you've been on hold for 10 minutes. You can't give me a better...
I don't know. Brockport.
You got to give me some... Wait, what did you hear that said Brockport?
Nothing really, but
okay.
I had to pick Brockport.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Was there another town you were thinking?
Maybe.
What was it?
Can't say that.
I got you down the road, Cassandra.
He's a sharp one.
We got you for Brockport. Thank you. I love how you're not going to outsmart me, says woman who just randomly picked a town after sitting on hold for 10 minutes. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Barbara. Barbara, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with Webster.
Why Webster?
Because Webster's like the kind of place where I would not only have a nice farmhouse kitchen to go with the brand new raspberries that I'm going to grow, but also my electric's going to be underground, so I don't have to worry about getting electrocuted or anything.
Barbara,
Right.
If you were going to pick an East Side town where you would take a recommendation of a friend who had a family member, Webster would be it. Because we have said that Webster is Greece of the East Side.
Yes, the Greece of the East.
So it's not the worst pick.
All right.
Not the worst pick. Barbara, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Marty. Marty, where are they whining?
I'm thinking Irondequoit.
Why Irondequoit?
Everybody knows everybody in Irondequoit.
Yeah, it's tight-knit.
Yeah, but I heard that there are...
Older homes you're going to remodel.
I heard that you can't fit any more sinks on Irondequoit.
Why is that?
Because the town's full. Okay.
Who cleans those sinks?
Well, the wives clean the sinks for the husbands.
Oh, that's nice. Okay.
So, Marty, you're just going based on West Side stereotypes that could also apply to another East Side town.
You could say that.
Okay. All right, Marty, we got you, buddy, for Rondequoit. Thank you. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Alex. Alex, where are they whining?
They're whining in Fairport.
Why Fairport?
Fairport because I feel like it's a tight knit village and there's a lot of money there.
Oh yeah, they got the money.
Yeah. Well, how much does a farm sink cost?
A lot.
Like what? Oh, you want to say you want to come at me all about like?
They can run over $1,000.
No, you're paying $1,000 for a sink, you idiot.
I didn't.
Why are you so dumb?
My wife did. You think my wife's dumb?
No, I said you. I said why are you so dumb?
Hey, honey, Pat, thank you for buying me $1,000 sink.
Alex, are you from Fairport?
No, I'm from the West Side.
Oh, that was close. Alex, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's work another woman in here.
Okay.
What do we say?
Squeeze her in.
Well, we want to give her as many chance for you ladies to redeem yourself as possible. Unfortunately, she's not going to be the one. Christine's on CMF. Hey, Christine, where are they whining?
Henrietta.
Why Henrietta?
Because Henrietta has such old houses, everybody's trying to sell in Henrietta, so they're trying to modernize.
Okay, all right. So you realize, because I know that you live in Henrietta based on the things that you've said about me and and you and all the things we do together, right?
That's right.
You've picked Henrietta several times, and the fact that you just keep picking Henrietta because you live in Henrietta makes me feel like there's no chance this hits, Christy.
I don't always pick in Henrietta, by the way, just you should know that.
Okay.
Yeah, you of all
Remember?
people, Pat.
Pool floaties, look at them fly. Remember that one?
I mean, it was a while ago, Christy. I talked to a lot of Christines. I don't really.
No, it's all right. I hope your crush calls you or texts you this time and says, going to come to the reunion. Has she called you? Has she texted you
Well,
yet?
no, we didn't go to high school together. We went to elementary school together. But if there is an elementary school
I
reunion
forgot about that story.
for Mrs. Bennett's kindergarten class,
Wow.
damn sure I'll be there with a tie on. Christine, thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the day. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's take one more call before we get a reread for the folks that are just joining us. Let's talk to Cody. Hey, Cody.
Hey, Sophie.
Cody actually getting to play this week because he didn't know you only get one phone call.
I think
a
that
week.
was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, he got very mad at Kimmy because she wouldn't let him on.
I didn't get mad.
He was very mad. Mad Cody. I'm mad and I'm Cody.
In my defense, you told the caller whining didn't count once, so. But we know now. We're good.
All right, Cody, where they whining, buddy?
They're whining in Mendon.
Shut up, Cody.
Okay, listen. Here's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing tight-knit friends and family.
Okay.
Small town.
Yeah.
I'm hearing old farmhouse.
Okay.
Not in the city, probably an older farmhouse, more out in the countryside, Mendon.
Okay.
I'm hearing money, but not too much money. Because if you had, if you had ungodly amounts of money, you would have it professionally done. You wouldn't care. But you're trying to go under the table. You're trying to save a couple bucks.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hearing Mendon.
Under the sink.
It's under the S.
Under the sink, yeah, sure.
Yeah, take that. Cody doesn't like your joke. Cody thinks you suck. All right, Cody, we got you for Mendon, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, stop standing on the side of the highway.
Can I, or encourage him to?
Yeah.
Can I just say real quick?
Right.
We've had a couple of calls where people are like, it's a close-knit town, and then they pick an East Side town. There are no close-knit East Side towns.
Yeah, that's where you're wrong.
Really?
You don't spend any time over there.
I know you.
They're good folk.
No. Yes, you're great.
You're going to base the entire East Side of this community on my douchiness?
I know some other East Side folk. I know some.
Yeah, but
other
you
East
only
Side
know
folk.
the douchey guys that I hang out with.
Close-knit is you're willing to do something for your neighbor.
You sacrifice, man.
Yeah, and all the East Side does. I mean, sure, you all know everybody, right? You all talk about each other's drama behind each other's backs.
Right, that makes you close.
And then you call the town on each other because your garbage can is out 2 hours past what the date is supposed to be, right? And then you make rules so your neighbor can't have an Airbnb because
Well, we don't want trash.
there's no close-knit towns on the East Side. So I feel like the East Side, if you're going to go close-knit, is the wrong place to be.
So it's a close-knit farm town with good farmhouse sink. Hilton.
252-WCMF. All right, let's get a reread from Kimmy for the folks that are just joining us before we go back to the phones.
Need some advice on what to do about my current kitchen renovation. My contractor is about halfway done, and I am absolutely hating it. He continues to give unwanted advice and sort of just does what he wants or what he thinks is best. I don't always agree, but I trust his advice because he's the expert. Well, it's starting to look like maybe he doesn't know what he's doing. My style is more modern, and he turns down all my ideas ideas telling me they won't work in my home. Then he substitutes those ideas for more dated finishes. He deflects when he doesn't know what I'm talking about. Like, really, who doesn't know what a farmhouse sink is? This guy, apparently.
I don't know what a farmhouse sink is.
I don't want to throw him under the bus and name him. He's a nice person, but it's clear we made a huge mistake and he is in over his head. He might be good for a small job, but not an entire kitchen reno. We took the advice of a family member and hired a friend of theirs to do the job instead of really doing our research. That is on us. That being said, I think it's time to part ways with this individual before he implements more of his style and ideas. So please leave your recommendations below. Links to examples of their past work are a requirement at this point.
There's another reason you know it's a West Sider.
What was that?
Because she admitted she made a mistake. That was
look
on us.
at you,
Am
man.
I wrong? Am I wrong?
The East Side, you all suck. You got no family, got no friends, you got no opinions that are worth a damn.
I love how you tell me that everyone that lives on the West Side is a teenage mother with a heroin addiction, but I make actual points about what I see. Oh, how dare you? 252 WCMF. Tommy is in Brighton. I'm in Hilton. Cassandra in Brockport because, you know.
Yeah.
Barbara is in Webster, which is the Greece of the West or of the East
Greece
Side.
of the East.
Marty is in Irondequoit. Alex is in Fairport. Christine is in Henrietta. Cody is in Mendon. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're giving the ladies all the cracks we can give them.
Let's crack them.
Let's talk to Alex. Hey, Alex, where are they whining?
Hey, I'm gonna go with Old Reliable and say Spencerport.
Okay, why Spencerport?
Because I feel like everybody's like trying to like update their house, but they do still want to keep that like farmhouse feel out there.
All right. You want to try the word reliable again one more time? I feel like I let that go, and maybe you want to give another run at the word reliable.
Old Reliable.
Okay. Oh, no, I just want Alex. I'm looking out for you. No, what are you talking about? I'm just looking out for Alex. What? I'm trying to be nice.
You guys caught me off guard. I was eating my fruit.
What are you eating, Alex? What kind of fruit?
Strawberries and pineapple. No raspberries, unfortunately.
That's such a Spencerport fruit, bro.
But she might be allergic.
You think so? Yeah.
They make her mouth hurt.
All right. So Alex, the Spencerport resident who we've talked to before, who's done a great job of pushing down her Spencerport douchiness as she's gotten older.
All right.
We've got you for Spencerport.
Thanks. Oh, and by the way, I tried to tweet at you last week, and the reason why it was Spencerport last week is because of the old saying that you always say.
Why is that?
The douchebags in Spencerport.
Okay. All right. No. Again, not the adults. Just when you're kids, you're douchebag. You grow out of it. Grow out of it. Alex, thank you for your douchey call. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
All right. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's get to whining according to Luke.
Oh.
He's on CMF. Luke, where are they whining, buddy?
Greece.
Why Greece?
I know a lot of contractors out in Greece, so it sounds like it might be one of them. So I figure it's got to be Greece.
All right, bro, there's got to be 5,000 contractors in this town, Luke.
Yeah, there is, but I know a lot of them. I'm in the contracting, too, and I know a lot of the people out in Greece, the contractors out there.
Luke, how do you know this isn't you?
It could be. Hopefully not.
I might suck. I don't know. Luke, we got you for Greece, buddy. Thank you. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Joe. Joe, where are they whining, buddy?
Out in Hamlin.
Oh, come on, Joe. What are you doing? You goddamn Hamlin.
I don't know if Joe just took a bunch of people's picks, but everybody just
Was everybody waiting to take Hamlin?
I don't know.
Why Hamlin, Joe?
There's a lot of farmland out there. They want to fit in.
You want to take because that's what I was saying.
You're getting hung up on that goddamn sink.
It's your fault.
Your fault he's picking Hamlin.
No, like, by the way.
All you talk about is a sink.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to guess the majority of people listening to this show were unaware that a farmhouse sink was not a type of sink, but a sink you would put in a farmhouse.
I didn't know until I bought one with my wife.
Okay, so shut up. Quit being so smug about it.
But I'm trying to warn you. Don't get hung up on the goddamn sink.
It's not just a sink, man. It's everything else.
It ain't no Hamlin farm sink.
No, I agree with you. We're in unison here that Joe's pick was really dumb and Joe wasted everybody's time, and he should be ashamed of himself.
But you're a good man.
Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You're welcome.
All right, 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're waiting on Kimmy to come back here real quick. She's now being chatted up by the listeners. Hey, I just want to saw you at the Bill Grays. Want to see you look awfully pretty this week. Let's take one more. 252 WCMF 252-9263 before we get to our, as we call him, the closer.
Oh, yes.
Annie, where are they whining? Annie, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I didn't know you were talking to me. They are whining in Victor.
Why Victor?
Because Victor always has money to renovate everything they have.
Okay.
And there is some farmland in Victor, but I think because of the cost of the kitchen remodel, they're going to pay another contractor this more money to fix what the other contractor did. So I'm going purely on a financial side of it.
Okay.
You so goddamn wrong, woman. You don't know your ass from a farm sink. You should buy a farm sink and go sit in it and think about what you just said on the radio.
Pick, and you know it. You know it's a good pick.
Go soak your ass.
Annie, you don't sound confident though. Was there another town you were thinking?
No, you're not going to catch me, baby.
Oh, you ain't catching Annie, man. Annie keeps it tight.
Tight Annie. No, we already got a tight
Tight
Annie.
little Annie from Cornhill.
Oh, is this our girl?
This is Annie.
Oh,
hey, Annie.
Tight little Annie from Cornhill.
Long time no talk. Great to talk to you. Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.
Right, there goes Annie. We'll take one more before we get to Ben, 252 WCMF. Steve has got the last word before Ben. Steve, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going with Victor.
Say that again. Oh, Steve, it was the last one. It was the most recent pick.
Oh, shit, I was on the phone.
Oh, you're the worst caller
you're
ever,
all
Steve.
over the place.
Bye, Steve.
Did he just say he was on the phone while on the phone?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He did say that.
Phone.
I was on the phone. He disqualified himself and then cursed, so we had to dump him. That is the worst caller. It's like puking on yourself
Steve
while you
knows
pass
the
out.
game. Steve has called before.
Okay, 252 WCMF. We'll wrap it up.
Oh, yeah.
The man, the myth, the legend. A lot of man.
Oh, yeah.
Ben, where are they whining, buddy?
How are you guys doing?
Good to hear from you.
Great.
I am going to go, and you guys are going to hate me because I pick it all the time. I'll go with Canandaigua because they got the fine mix of everything there. You got your has-beens and your whatever. I can't think of the word. It's been a messed up morning. Anyways, so you got people that are trying to sell their houses, and then there's also contractors that live out there. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Canandaigua.
Okay. All right. That was
Every week.
That was a great call, Ben. Great call.
Not every week.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, it's like every other week.
Not every week. Okay. He's got to go. His buddy's truck's burning oil. It costs him just as much as gas.
Exactly.
Bye, Ben. I love how Ben's like, it's been a crazy month. Like, we have to be here. This is our jobs. He could take a day off.
Yeah.
Like, nobody's going to be like,
no, it'd be
where's
fine.
Ben?
Yeah, no, he's going to hold it against you, Ben.
All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. It was much more civilized this week than it was the last two.
Mm-hmm.
We only had one disqualification, and then Steve cursed again. 252 WCMF. Tommy's in Brighton. I'm in Hill. Cassandra's in Brockport. Barbara's in Webster. Marty is in Irondequoit. Alex, Lady Alex. She's out in Fairport. Christine is in Henrietta. Cody's in Mendon. Alex is in... Wait, no, that was Lady Alex. Dude Alex is in Fairport. Lady Alex is in Spencerport. The Gospel according to Luke picked Greece. Joe is in Hamlin, on account of the farms out there. Tight little Annie from Cornhill. She's in Victor. Steve disqualified himself, cursed, and then he probably took his penis out. We can't see him. And then Ben is in Canandaigua. Kimmy, are we ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Oh, she said, oh.
Ooh, I'm ready.
Oh, it's not good.
Come on. Let's do it.
What'd you have?
You're kidding me, right?
I forgot.
You killed me for 5 minutes and you can't remember the town I picked.
Oh.
Where?
Yes, I do.
What was it? What town was
West
it?
Side.
Whining.
He doesn't remember the town.
You don't remember what Pep picked?
But he's about to hear it again.
Hey, can we figure out what other town Tommy wanted to pick? Doesn't count.
I was thinking of Parrington.
Parrington. Okay.
Okay.
That's dumber than Hamlin, but...
Well, it doesn't matter anyways, because we missed again this week.
Come on!
Oh, what happened, buddy?
What happened to you, stupid? You had 2 picks, and you missed both of them, dumbass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
We got close. We got really close.
13, 14
Who got
picks.
close? Who got close?
I'm not sure who's the closest, but we
guess.
got around the
What
area.
are you doing with this,
It's me.
buddy? Me, I won it.
No, I do that when I'm close to your mom.
What?
How would that
What's
even...
wrong
Well, I
with
tell
his
him what
mom?
I want.
I don't think...
I have a lot of questions, but we're just going to...
Let's just get to... That's a stupid
Yeah,
thing.
but you said you were
Yeah, that's
doing
what you
it.
do.
No,
Let's just get
anyways,
to the answer.
It's called
Already
sign
whining.
I
language.
don't know what sign it was. They whining in Chila.
That's me.
What'd you have?
Hilton?
You had
Not
to
even
Hilton.
close.
No.
It's way closer than
No.
It ain't
Brighton.
close. You're on the
No,
right
didn't
side, but you
somebody
ain't
pick
close.
Spencerport.
Yeah.
They don't even
yeah.
touch.
Alex, Lady Alex
And
picked
Brockport's
Spencerport.
got to be close-ish.
Hilton's close.
Either way.
Hilton, between the two of us, you pick two towns, and I think even if you doubled the length of Hilton to Chila, I still would beat you with how far
But
you
you
are.
still lost. A loss is a loss.
Is a
bro.
loss.
We all lost again.
Everyone listening to him speak lost every day. I lose a day every day.
I'll keep talking.
Good. Just keep talking.
Wait till you disappear.
Congratulations to no one. We failed again.
Oh, God.
Great job. So I know that you hate these stories because you like drinking, and anytime we talk about people not drinking, you seem to take that as like a personal slight, and you just freak out. So I'm going to ask you to just
Not going to be. Let's be cool.
That being said,
I'm matured.
it seems now, Kibby, that every month has a whole bunch of people not drinking. It's
Oh,
like,
like a dry- like
a
dry-
challenge, monthly challenge.
Because that's dry January.
well, that's one of them, but now it's like one of all of them. Because if you could figure out a word that sounds like sober,
Yeah.
it works. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You know, we're drinking more than we ever have as Americans.
Yeah,
And
there's more of us.
And at the same time, there's fewer people than ever drinking. And proof of that is not only in this month here, but all the other months that people are using to wean themselves off alcohol. And there is another astonishing number in this study.
What's going on?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. 1 in 10 Americans say they are currently doing a sober October.
October?
10% of American adults, that's what?
Sober October. Sober.
Sober. It already rhymes.
October.
You don't need to.
Yeah.
All right.
Sober October, that would be not drinking for the month of
Okay.
October. And this is a new one for me, Kimmy, because I'm familiar with dry January.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with no drink November.
Never even heard of that one.
Really?
I've never heard
No drink November?
I thought we
no,
talked
it's
about
no
it.
shave November.
No, I understand there's no shaving sometimes too. No, we talked about it last year. How
No,
hard
I
it would
thought
be.
that I think you're it's something in February.
We did.
No.
February's another one, but we
Yeah.
did a discussion last year about people that weren't drinking in November and how hard it would be for your family being around on Thanksgiving, not
Right.
having any alcohol.
Right.
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just hold this show up by
Oh.
my shoulders.
Are we talking? We're saying sober is in like just booze or like
Alcohol. It's
or
just,
is that
it's just alcohol.
You're
okay.
just going the
Because I
alcohol.
wonder how many people are substituting that with other things.
Well, that's actually a great question based on the other information we have right now. So we told you 1 in 10 Americans are not drinking in October. They're doing sober October. It turns out that almost 4 in 10 Americans currently don't drink at all.
So who's hitting all the booze?
That's a good question.
And all these craft beer bars.
So, like, almost half of the country in the month of October will not be drinking. And it doesn't make sense because, like you said, there's more drinking going on in America than ever.
So I did see like where the younger set, they're not drinking anymore. And they're even going out to like wine country like here and especially out in California and doing non-wine wine country tours. They go there for the ambiance of the countryside and stuff, but they don't drink the wine.
So you bring
which
that
kind
up.
of puts wine country out of business.
You bring that up. Well, no, you can buy grapes. You bring that up. We talked about this bar that was opening a couple of weeks ago. And
It was
officially
a
opened.
non-alcohol bar.
Alt bar, it's called.
Yeah.
And it's funny because they refer to it as people living a sober or sober curious lifestyle, which anytime you don't have a beer in your hand, aren't you living a sober
Yes.
curious lifestyle?
We used to call it dry drunk. Like you're not drinking, but you're kind of hanging out. You got like
okay.
a
All right, that
non-alcoholic
makes
beer.
sense.
We call it dry drunk.
So to the point you just made, they did a poll on the number of Americans that are curious about a sober lifestyle. And like, why do we call it a sober lifestyle? Can't we just call it not drinking? Like, it doesn't have to be a thing. Like, if
I
you're
guess it's easier to say I'm sober than to because if you say I'm not drinking, well, does that mean I'm not drinking today or you're not drinking in general?
Okay, when I hear I'm sober, I hear someone who has struggled with alcohol
Yeah,
to stop drinking.
you have an addiction.
And I
Yeah.
respect that. Like, okay, I understand there's a term for that. If you tell me I'm sober and you just stop drinking, it kind of makes you sound like a dude.
Okay.
Kind of makes you sound like a dude. Like you're trying to give yourself a label. You know, I don't drink. I don't drink. Right. But the number of Americans, according to this poll, who were at least curious about a sober lifestyle has doubled since the pandemic began 4 years ago. 40% of Americans are now sober curious, as they put it. Get out of my face.
So are you kind of drinking?
No, they're looking into
thinking about it.
They're looking into what life would be like without
Because
alcohol.
I'm thinking about becoming 6'2". Just kind of curious what that would be.
There are people that stop drinking.
Yeah, like
you
they'll
will
give
never
it a
be
week,
over
see how
5'4".
And I will never stop drinking.
I know. Again, every time we talk about this, Kimmy, he takes it as like a personal
I know
slight.
you do.
Well, I know why you do these
No,
things.
I was surprised by the numbers.
No, he's not saying he does it.
I'm not doing it. I'm not telling you to stop doing it. I'm surprised that this month, almost half the country won't be drinking.
That's just, I can't imagine that many people that stop.
Well, it doesn't mean they're successful doing it. It just means they're trying it. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Because you may do it for like a week or two and think, "Psh, I can't last any longer.
But Kimmy, are you surprised to learn that 4 in 10 Americans don't drink at all?
I think that could be them substituting,
Weed.
marijuana
Okay,
or
fine.
something
Fair
for
enough.
those things. California sober, as they call it.
Look at Palm Springs over here.
Oh yeah, big time. Miss Left Coast.
So like,
I think maybe they stop. Maybe it could be just a health thing too. Like I want to lose some weight, or I don't.
Eat a
may
salad.
not be so much about the drinking itself or getting drunk.
Well, let's get into that. So you bring up the health aspect. There have been studies recently over the last couple of years that have talked about how, like, the famous headline you see probably every 6 months. There is no safe amount of alcohol. Like any amount of alcohol. Like there was that argument, red wine's good for blah, 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 blah. And then there's a contradictory study. But we've been seeing the bad studies more than the good studies.
And the ability to Google those things could also scare people off.
Very scary.
I also have noticed, too, and sorry, you finish your point in a second. Like drinks that have newer drinks that are coming out are like marketed as like healthier, less sugar, or you know what I mean? Like there's like lighter drinks that are being marketed towards you.
Which is funny because fun fact, and this is a scientific fact, if you mix alcohol with Diet Coke, it gets you drunk faster.
Right.
I don't know what the science behind it is. You can Google it, Kimmy, if you want to figure it out.
Get you there in half the time.
But I also am curious with this younger generation now drinking far less than I did, you did, whatever. Does that have to do with watching our parents drink?
Probably has a lot to do with it.
But I mean, Kimmy, did the generation of parents, because I'm trying to figure out, these would be people who are now in their early 20s, which means their parents are between like 30 or 40 and 50. Was there that much of an alcohol problem in America at that point?
Oh, I'm sure there was.
It's pulled back from the 50s. You got to admit that.
Yeah, but like the 50s and 60s, smoking and drinking was very glamorous. The movie stars did it. It was in all the movies, like lighting a lady's cigarette, drinking Manhattans and martinis. It looked sexy and fun. Okay. And maybe that kind of went away with how alcohol appears to like your daughters see alcohol now in TV shows and the things they take in social media.
You could also be more exposed to information about the effects of drinking.
And you could see some ugly stuff at your house.
Yeah, that could be
and
part
your friend's
of it,
house.
maybe.
Could I throw out one more theory?
Yeah.
I'm serious. Did DARE finally work?
No. Did your kids go through DARE?
No, but I mean, this generation now that's becoming like this Gen Z generation, which, we forget
but
now.
I don't remember.
They're in their late 20s now.
But I remember DARE being way more about like hardcore drugs.
No, there was
than
an
it
alcohol thing.
Yeah, but do you remember that? I don't remember being scared from drinking a beer because of the DARE program.
Well, I mean, again, with my family, there was nothing that was going to scare me out of drinking a beer.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, like...
It's got to be your own personal experience, seeing your family, extended family going through some stuff. Because don't forget, like, my generation... There were alcoholics, but it just wasn't talked about.
Well, but even that, like, again, going through stuff is perspective because, like, my family, we can drink. And I grew up watching, like, a ton of drinking. And I guess by definition, it would be alcoholism, but it was never a problem. Like, I never felt scared. It was never, like, inappropriate to me. And I told you, like, the first experience I had drinking in front of other people where I had, like, 3 beers in 20 minutes, they were like, whoa. And I was like, well, this is
how we do.
This is how you drink beer, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know I was doing anything wrong. So, like... Even the idea, like you saw some stuff, you may not know that was inappropriate.
Yeah.
So would that have kept you? I don't know, man.
Yeah.
The whole thing's strange. So we'll wrap this up with the knowledge that if half of the country is not drinking in October, the people who are looking into a sober lifestyle have doubled since 2020. Yet we are still drinking more than we ever have as a country. It means that the top percentage of drinkers, which is always carry drinking,
the bloated livers,
may have kicked it into overdrive even more the last couple of years.
They're floating the boat, literally.
But more so than they were, which is insane. We'll get... we come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here at the Break Room on CMF.
The old Tuesday Rabbit
For a Tuesday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we're going to get a little hate going on.
That's right. We got Hate Mail of the Week. 2 weeks ago, we told you a story coming out of Irondequoit. The Irondequoit Police Department said that they now had a test to identify people that were driving under the influence of marijuana. See, the problem for years and years and years is every test we have for marijuana can tell you that they have smoked pot within the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But there was nothing that could identify if you were intoxicated at the time. And that very thing is what held up New York State from legalizing recreational marijuana.
Okay.
It's also what may be holding up a federal legality of marijuana.
But they got something going on.
They got something. And this test is a game changer. It would be a game changer. And we had one question. Question. Is this test, the first of its kind, admissible in court?
All right.
We now have an answer to that question, and it's not good for the Irondequoit Police Department.
Oh.
That being said, we were blasted with response when we had this discussion 2 weeks ago. And there's one man who doesn't even know why whether or not this test is admissible in court is a question.
Oh.
Because he can't believe that we disrespected the police department, who, if they say you're high driving, of course you're high driving.
You just got to take their word for
Well, no, yeah. I mean, they're experts. They've been trained. They can identify. There will never be a mistake made. The fact that you are questioning whether this test is admissible in court is saying, you just want these buttheads to get off and drive around all over the place. And he's not the only one, man. We got hit hard. Our email, our Facebook page, Twitter DMs, all this stuff.
Well, you know when you see a burnout. I know a burnout when I see one. And you were a burnout.
You haven't smoked pot since you were, what, in your 20s? And you look like a burnout. You look like you're doing a Van Morrison cover band.
Kimmy does not know who that is.
Into the midday. I want to rock your gypsy soul.
I don't sing them songs no more.
So we'll get to that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kenny, who, if anyone knows burnouts.
Sure.
See, that's
Guess
how
I'm
long.
the only cool person in this room.
Yeah, Edible Annie, they call me.
I
Edible
gave
Annie.
you edibles, and you both are like, "Oh no."
Yeah, I got scared.
I'm scared.
I got
They
really
were scary,
They were
man.
super scary.
Because you
Scared of those
scared
little
me. I could
candies.
only eat like a quarter of one.
I told you eat half one. You'd be fine.
Half of one in
Probably.
his size, it'd have killed him. For Tommy Muley, who's going to burn out of here doing 15 miles an hour. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room at 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.